Now recording.
Yeah.
Thank you, Craig.
Do something new.
Oh, hi, Craig. I should say something.
We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 13.
Oops. My lucky number. Action. Okay.
Alrighty. We're all ready. Previously, in our last session, we watched as our party would cross the chronosphere, traversing through wild space for 14 days before finally arriving back at Arcavios after roughly 6 months of collective travel. Though, during the last leg of their travel, they'd learn of an event being planned at Strixhaven, a unification ceremony, being hosted by Dean Tullis and the Lavender Knights. This gathering being hosted particularly at the Hall of Oracles, right where the Snarl rests. Our party, deciding on a plan where Marius's friends, Crud, Anka, Melda, and Geldan, would plant themselves in Strixhaven as traveling performers, as well as deciding to leave Quint in his current covert status. After touching down outside the town of Brynshire, we'd see our party set out from the hidden Dragonfly ship. Stopping in the familiar town of Brynshire for a brief night of relaxation and leaving after a quick shopping trip the following morning, our group would set out on their 3-day trek to Strixhaven. Along the way, they'd make some quick work of the travel, and even help Vors find a sliver of his magic abilities once more, thanks in part to Gale. But, after 3 days of walking on foot, crossing the outer mountain ranges of the campus, our party would finally lay eyes on the Lorehold campus, and even seeing the central campus just off in the far distance. Our session today, picking up shortly after our last session ended, seeing our party of 7 looking from their mountaintop perch. They would all be taking in the sight of Strixhaven once more. The night sky overhead being awfully cloudy, partially moody, obscuring some of the stars, though the moon does peek through and rest at times, nearly full, far, far above. Our group looking down at the campus as it lies fully lit by magical and practical lights. Everyone knowing that after tonight, you'll have about 2 full days until the morning of the event. Again, technically in longevity, it's 3 days, but with the event taking place so early in the morning, it kind of muddies up the timeline. So basically about 24 full hours, or 48 full hours.
Such a short time, oh god.
The only other extra bit is for Brett. Brett, you would know from your extensive running over the entirety of most of Strixhaven, not far from where you all currently stand as you look out to the Lorehold campus on this sort of mountainside cliff you're resting on. Not far from here would be a fair-sized cave. And you would know that the cave would actually make a pretty great holding place, at least for the night. But before our party would head to that cave to sort of bed down for the night, was there anything our party wanted to do currently? Either during heading to the cave right now, looking over the campus, or just anything particular at night? Sunset being loosely 2, maybe 3 hours ago or so. So all of you have plenty of, nightfall left if you were hoping to get anything else done. But it's completely up to you guys with tonight and the next 48 hours. Timetable is completely yours to do with what you see fit.
And we've already kind of like hiked away from the ship, right?
Yes. The ship was, about a couple, maybe like 2 or 3 hours of like foot travel outside of Brynshire. And that was like
Yeah.
3 or so days ago, roughly at this point.
Yeah. Long ways away.
Yeah. You guys have been on foot for a minute.
Oh boy.
I don't have anything, I don't think.
I can't think of anything in particular.
Mm.
Kellen, have something?
No.
No. What about Gale? What about Gale?
I know what Gail wanted to do like a day ago, but group said no.
Fair.
We are the knights that say no.
Vors came with us. Yeah, he came with us.
Mhm. You
Maybe
guys have Vors and Liliana in tow. Aelity, she's an NPC PC at this point.
I guess maybe Gail would just be working with Vors a bit more before bed on some spell casting.
Mm-hmm. Maybe you guys stick with that sort of ray of frost you were trying to go for as well, because he kind of has that bardic inspiration, though he isn't able to do much of else. But you guys sort of continue on that same routine. You try with the wand, without the wand. Oh no, Master Carson.
Oh,
He would
but,
just hang up on
on Vor's
maybe
talk.
maybe another thought. Maybe he could do shocking grasp, because he's more forged. I don't know.
Well, that's fair.
Maybe that would be easier.
Just give me a flat Arcana check, just to sort of like flavor it, see how your sort of teaching's going.
I'm not terrible with Arcana. I've got +3.
Got that. That's great.
Oh no!
You get the feeling maybe it's not so much your lessons as it is the student, at least with this one. Vors just has a hard time with some of those like intricate, smaller movements, or maybe the verbal components. His pronunciation isn't super strong, but he at least takes the lessons. He looks comfortable. It's just no particular magic is being formed quite yet.
Oh, you still got the inspiration, right? Pat on the back.
Yes. Thank you, Gale. Again, I do greatly appreciate your patience with me.
It's no problem. I don't know if that wand's really doing much for you though, but
It is very pretty.
yeah, it was nice to use for a while, but kind of upgraded, holding out her really pretty crystal wand.
Oh, yes. Well, here, perhaps you can hold on to this until our next training session.
Stow the wand away in my bag.
I'll say maybe you guys have made your way to the particular cave. Brett, again, you probably forecasted this cave, well into the trip. Fair sized, pretty big, enough for all of you to at least bed down. Kind of tight, as long as you guys sort of stay back in the actual cave. Though you would find Vors would probably linger around the cave entrance on most nights.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll make some tea before bed if we can actually start a fire, or maybe just have Brett hold the water pot.
That's fair. You could probably get Brett just to hold the water pot. Would probably get the job done. It may take a minute for him to sort of hit that perfect temperature where he's not just like overboiling it, but he gets there.
Yeah.
I'm sure I can do it by hand.
All right. Nothing else from our party. The night would progress on, getting some tea, some food. Liliana probably, talking to all of you collectively in this cave. Let's say you maybe have been in here for 2-3 hours, so you kind of have your own little spaces you've found in here. Addressing all of you sort of collectively. Right. So we are here. We are secure. We're all safe, non-detected. What else did we have planned for the following days? I'm not exactly sure what steps we should be trying to take first and which ones we should save for last, if I'm being honest.
I mean, okay, go ahead.
I was just gonna say Brett's probably looking at Marius.
I don't know if I have a concrete plan. I know what I would like to do. I mean, I still feel like I want to try and get to the snarl at some point. We can link up with Quinn at some point as well. And then also, it wouldn't be a bad idea to scope out this venue.
Okay, yeah, so like little sneaky field trip to the snarl,
Mm-hmm.
cast at some cure wounds or something real quick, just kind of throw
Yeah.
some of those that way.
We helped it once. I think it could work again. Maybe I can communicate it to it like before.
Oh yeah,
Hopefully.
totally.
Well, yeah. I mean, now that you've kind of awoken your what was it? Planes calling?
Planes talking, I think. Right.
Planes calling.
Planes whisperer.
Plane chatting.
Yeah, maybe it'll be a bit different now. I don't know. I don't really know how this works. Kind of looking over at Liliana.
That is fair. That is very fair. Honestly, a lot of this is very strange territory, but I think that is a very good plan. Perhaps early tomorrow morning, gown our disguises, those of us that are going, and head to the snarl itself. Thankfully, Marius, it'll be a kind of like a 2-part venture. The venue, I believe, is the Hall of Oracles itself, so you all should be able to search the area as well as the snarl simultaneously, which is helpful.
maybe we once we get there we split up a bit. Maris and Brett snarl. The rest of us do some searchies.
Anybody else have heals?
I mean, I could prepare it, pulling out my primer. But,
I guess
mean,
just like, what do we want to invest our effort in? Like, dabbing up the snarl or like scoping out the place?
I mean, if we need somebody to scope out the place, I can always send Ziglag in there. Like, I can send him in there now, and he can kind of watch it overnight, and then meet back up with us in the morning.
It's not
Oh,
the
I mean,
worst
I think,
idea, but
yeah,
True.
eyes
Do
on
we-
are a good idea.
how much can we trust him? Like looking around, like, wait, where is he? Is he hearing this?
He's on
like,
your shoulder.
Yes, he's probably like perched on Kellen's shoulder, just like crawled up like a lizard from his back.
Ah, there you. Said hi, Ziglag.
I mean, he can be invisible, or he can be a spider, or a rat, or a raven. Like, he's pretty. I don't know, he's pretty useful.
Oh, you can shapeshift?
It's all disturbing.
Show him, Ziglag.
Yes, Lord Master Kellen. Which form should I assume to best please you?
Oh, do the spider.
Do the spider.
And he would
How
sort of
big
like
is it?
he would tense for a minute, then a small poof of magic, and you would see there would be a small little, maybe it looks like a wolf spider. And though if you were to look closely, it has sort of like spinies, pokies up and down its leg, almost like a small, what's the word I'm looking for? Small tarantula, almost.
Ugh.
The
Sorry.
spikes being more like fine, not quite like hair on it, almost like barbs. And he would sit very small, just like perched on Kellen's shoulder.
Can you turn into like a kitten or something?
I don't know if he knows that one.
Well, and a kitten would attract a lot of attention.
Yeah. That's probably a bad idea too.
Make me feel better.
That is fair. I've seen a lot of students just stop and pet random cute animals that are wandering around.
Again, like he can also just like be invisible. Like that.
How long can he do that?
As long as he concentrates on it, he could do it indefinitely unless somebody like stabs him. Tries to hurt him.
You would see the little spider just vanish.
Terrifying.
I mean, I think it sounds like a good idea. Like, have eyes on the place and whatever before we can get there. Cause like, what if they're watching it? You know?
Yeah, I mean that's a good point. Nobody knows Ziglag, so nobody would be any wiser of a spider, right?
Yeah, you probably shouldn't travel there as like a spider though. Like, it'll probably take too long.
Yeah, no, he can like he can get there how he wants to. If he wants to be a bird, and then yeah, he can do
Cool.
his thing.
So like all in agreement? Send them over now.
Yeah,
As long as he doesn't get lost. Sips tea.
Liliana would give a bit of a nod. If Kellen trusts Ziglag to get the job done, then I think we should too.
Well, I mean, we're gonna rest regardless tonight, and it's kind of like a low-cost investment. We can always follow up if there's something really good, or look somewhere else if there's nothing at all.
Yeah. What you said.
well, sounds like you're gonna go do a secret covert mission, Ziglag. Are you prepared?
You would all probably hear this magical whew, but there still wouldn't be any sight. You'd stay invisible. Yes, I am prepared, Lord Master Kellen. What do you wish me to do?
Okay, Ziglag, so you are going to break into the Hall of Oracles here on campus. And you are just going to watch everything that goes on and report anything back to us that may seem out of the ordinary.
What would be the ordinary that I would be comparing it to, Lord Master Kellen? I've never been to this place.
You know what?
You know, Kellen, I'm sorry. Are you able to see through your familiar's eyes? Is that a power you can do?
That is not something
No.
that I can do.
Okay. Some people can. I didn't know if that was the situation. All right. Well, good luck explaining this one.
Yeah, do we have any sort of way to talk to you while you're there, or no?
Can anybody message Ziglag?
Wait, Brett could message him.
I mean, I guess I could try a Blades column, but I don't know if I want to.
You don't know if you want to do that.
Well, okay, so there are only there as long as there are no like crazy creatures running about and trying to kill people, Ziglag, and as long as you don't see like and then he'll have Gale prestidigitation, a figure of L and a figure of Professor Tollus.
Mhm.
And
like little minor illusions.
yeah,
of
minor
that.
illusions. That's what I was going for. Professor Tollus,
Brett Willis is
L, and oh fuck, what was his name? The other creepy dude.
Oh, the guy.
Tide Mall.
Oh,
Tide Mall.
Professor
Tide
Tide
Mall.
Mall.
Tide Mall.
Yeah. So be on the lookout for these 3 people, and any just I don't know any rampaging creatures, or anybody that's looking like they're like setting up a trap.
What if we have him like tell us how many of the Lavender Knights are there? Like 2.
Oh yeah. I don't know exactly what they look like, but they've got like they've got like a whole outfit, right? Of like lavender.
Yeah, they gotta fit.
Yeah, they have these like dark purple robes.
Yeah, and so we describe the Lavender Knights to Ziglag as well. Be like, look,
And this is the same area that's like, like the part halls, part library, right?
Mm-hmm. The
Alright,
Biblioplex.
So like Ziglag, it's a library. Do you know what that is?
Yes, I am familiar with libraries.
Okay, just making sure. So like yeah, there's gonna be people probably picking up and dropping off books, but like look out for anybody maybe that's like trying to leave something suspicious around. Like where it's like why did they just leave a bag in the corner and then it's been there since overnight, or something like that. I don't know.
Is this what Lord Master Kellen wishes for me to look for?
yeah, that as well.
I will do it.
Wonderful, Ziglag. You are so helpful. And you will be rewarded handsomely when you come back.
Thank you, Lord Master Kellen. I thank you. Ziglag will not fail you.
Maybe just make sure that he knows if Brett messages him to reply, but be quiet.
Oh, yeah. Also, if you hear somebody in your head that sounds like Brett, Brett, say something real quick?
Hey Zigzag,
Yeah,
what's
so
up?
if you hear somebody in your head like that, that's us trying to get a hold of you, okay? And just be quiet, but respond.
Yes, Lord Master Kellen.
Oh, and you only have 25 words.
Yeah, very important.
25. Correct. I will count to 25.
I hope we're on the same page with that one.
Feeling fairly confident, sending Ziglag off again. You probably imparted again like loose directions on like how to get there. The basic sort of stuff, just so he's well placed.
Wait, does he need a little snack for his journey?
He earns those. It'll be soft.
I would definitely pull out
Ziglag.
some of that meat from that bag that I have. Give it to him before he runs off.
Oh, he would just like devour it like a dog, just like just like get his hands on it. He's like all fours, climbed up on the piece of meat as he eats it. Probably still looking like a mess from the meat. He would just, bid his master farewell, not regarding anyone else. And then he would turn invisible.
Bye, Ziglag. They grow up so fast.
I hope he's gonna be okay.
It'll be great. Like, I am like 65% confident in this. Over half.
That's kind
It's
of low.
over half.
Yeah, but that's still an F.
It's over half.
Real life is pass fail, Gale.
All right. If there's nothing else you guys are trying to get into, I would see you all bed down for the night here in the cave. Sure, some tea and some snacks, a little bit of rations. And as night would progress on, sun beginning to rise. This being our first full day before the ceremony. So each of you slowly begin to wake up at your own pace. Probably trying to wake fairly early, I would imagine, most of you.
Yeah, I don't think Gale would sleep super well.
Fair. I could definitely see Gale having some not great dreams tonight. As you all would begin to wake up, probably maybe loosely stepping out the cave just to sort of check the surroundings, make sure everything's clear. You would see overhead the morning light would be sort of stifled by thick gray clouds that sort of hang kind of low. All of you likely realizing that the cloud front over the past couple of days has been very loosely growing, sort of more and more moody. But it seemed after last night there was a pretty dramatic shift to sort of how thick and dark some of this cloud coverage was. But with their first day recently starting, how would our party like to utilize this? Are we gonna saddle up our disguises and make our way out?
Oh man. I wish I had thought to prepare a disguise picture.
Fair.
Kellen will definitely settle up in his disguise. He definitely does not want to be recognized.
Yeah, I mean, we're all pretty famous around here.
Kind of big
Yikes.
deals. No big deal. And each of you have disguise kits for practical disguises, though you can try to employ magical means if you so choose. Aelity probably just doing a very simple shift of her appearance to like generic half-elf looking student, like first year. She would offer her like belt of outfit changing if anyone like happens to like really need any help with their disguise for whatever reason, because she really just needs like a very light change of clothes and no one would be able to tell the difference, though her belt could completely shift an outfit just with like a click of its sort of center latch.
Are we gonna roll to use our disguise kits?
Yes. And so the
So
belt
we
the belt's basically offering advantage to anyone if they would like advantage on their performance, deception, or persuasion check to sort of don their disguise.
Can we rotate the belt or just one person? Just clarifying.
Yeah, the outfit only stays when one person has the belt on.
What's
Okay.
everybody's modifier?
Does it require attunement?
Performance, deception, or persuasion check. Belt will give one person advantage.
I mean, if I can use persuasion or deception, both of those are 7
What's everybody's
for me,
modifier?
Deception. I'd be a 9.
My persuasion's a +12.
Jesus. Okay, well, the highest I have in any of those, and they're all the same, is a 3. I'll take the belt.
Yeah, I think Helen needs it.
Easy
Your
peasy.
disguise is more complicated if we can't use magic. It's just a little harder to figure out how to hide. The tentacles are kind of a giveaway.
True that.
Yeah, that's true.
Are you able to retract them? Is that
They
something I
are
made up?
just there.
But they're optional?
Yep.
They're just there all the time? Okay.
Go ahead and roll me performance, deception, or persuasion. Kellen getting advantage, and of course, you guys can use any other bits or spells or features if anything would apply to something like this.
Question for you.
Guidance?
Oh, you want a guidance? You can guidance.
Question for you.
That's surprise.
Yes, Mr.
In
Kelly.
lieu of a performance, a persuasion, or a deception, could I just roll a disguise kit since I did pick up proficiency with my rogue level up?
Yeah, it would be your proficiency plus charisma modifier. So yeah.
To give you a better
Give me
modifier.
a 7.
Ooh, there you go.
I'm
We'll drop the 11 and take a 21 for Kellen.
gonna go deception.
Brett with the 26.
Hey.
Gale a 24.
Wow.
I feel like the
Marius a
Jeez.
26.
Oh yeah, that's it.
Jesus.
That 30.
A dirty 30 for Marius. God damn.
I've changed a lot since I shadowed my old
I feel like the
the
big
healthier
thing.
glow.
It probably takes Gale a while to do it, but like the main thing she's doing is just using a lot of makeup to change her skin color from blue to normal pale human. A
Oh.
nice like peachy kind
A
of color.
human Sona.
And I think
Because I mean, she's got her hair shaved on like the one side and stuff. I feel like just changing her skin color enough, and then maybe like put on some glasses, and like that's perfect.
I think thematically it would be really fun to go with what Bryce said. And at the beginning, because of that 11, it was like, oh yeah, you can still definitely tell that that's Kellen. This is a little harder without magic. And then Elodie pipes up with the belt, and she's like, well, I have this. It throws that on, and boop boop.
Where's Kellen? Who's this guy? Look around the cave at a bunch of strangers.
All I see is Clark Kent.
I love it. I love it. Any other particular flavors on like how your particular disguise is like just sort of like portrayed, like vibe you're giving off even?
Oh, maybe Gale will like wear like the main portion of the outfit from Ravnica, but not as many like of the doodads of spikes and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Not quite as like Hot Topic goth. You like kind of
Ye-
toned it down a little.
Yeah. So then I don't stand out as much.
I think
Um,
I think that with the belt they it really changed him into just like some more really super standard traditional like first year like robe and garb. Really kind of blend in, and then everybody kind of went in with some like makeup and some paint and stuff. Got rid of the blue tinge to his skin, and just made him look like probably more just like an elf at this point because of the pointy ears.
Ooh. Yeah.
yeah.
That's crazy. For Kellen, maybe it's one of those like, you know, for you, it'd be like when someone like is covered in tattoos and they like cover them all up with makeup, and it's like, whoa, this is a
Yeah.
trip.
Last thing I thought about with that 24 deception, can we say that Gale's really focusing on like canceling out her constant wind so she's not billowing hair?
Oh yeah, I love that. I love that.
It's still blue hair though, but now she just looks like a human who dyed their hair.
Mm-hmm. Anything particular for Marius?
So the parting my hair to the left, part it to the right.
Who's this guy?
Take off glasses. Done. No, I think you just instead of that like rebellious prep school vibe, you know. Sure, on button sleeves rolled up. It's like the opposite. He looks a little extra proper and prim and like a real trust fund baby.
Ooh, I like it.
And then I think going from his undead vibe to now his fully celestial kind of glow up.
Mm-hmm.
And then just kind of changes his demeanor a little bit. Shoulders rolled forward, a little more like crunched in.
I love that. It almost feels like you've thought of this like character you're portraying. Maybe it's like loosely based off something where you're like, yeah, just me mixed with this guy, like changing up the posture a little. Love it. Did we get anything for Brett? Did we get anything for Mr. Hotman?
No, I hadn't explained anything yet. I was kind of thinking, like, that maybe he's just kind of armored up. So it's nothing that would add to his, like, the actual function of his armor, but it's sort of like aesthetic pieces, like vanity pieces almost, to obscure his most obvious features. So, like, the distinct lines of, like, fire that, you know, kind of, like, crackle over the skin. Kind of like he's hiding tattoos by wearing, like, a turtleneck made of armor.
Super cool.
And maybe he's got like a half helm on or something.
Plus you
So
got
his
your beard
is his beard is coming off the
that's-
bottom, and then his like face is obscured.
I
There's
keep
just
forgetting
fire
about the
leaking out the
freaking
top.
beard.
Yeah, dude, he's got a beard now, and he's pierced, but no one can see that because he's wearing that helmet.
He's got his pants on.
Whoa.
What? Sorry, that was fan leaking in. Sorry.
You guys don't follow my Twitter.
All right. Getting to watch all of you don your disguises. Liliana looking thoroughly impressed. Honestly, I was a little skeptical when all of you had this plan, but I will eat my words. You all are quite well hidden. All right. I will likely stay here, unless you all think it best me to join. Either is fine. Vors, of course, could accompany you all freely or stay with me as well. It's whatever you all choose.
Definitely feel like it's better for you to remain out of sight. You know, a little more recognizable looking at Liliana.
Maybe Vor stays so no one's like left alone, given everything that's happened.
Yeah, I don't really like the idea of any of us being alone per se.
Okay with that, Boris?
So we'll split up in pairs.
Smart.
Vors would give a bit of a nod. I think that Marius has a very good plan. We should at least try to stick in pairs as best as we can. Vors and Liliana hanging out. A-Lady, of course, could come with you guys. I figured she was, but you could also leave her here if you guys would rather keep your numbers, to a minimum. But thanks to her changeling abilities, she is probably the easiest to disguise
She
out
has
of
like
all of you.
invisibility too, doesn't she? Yeah.
She does. She has a grip of pretty handy
I bet
utility
we
spells.
take her with.
Yeah.
Does she have any healing?
That is a good question.
So she
I don't
does. She
think
could
so.
come with Marius and I.
She's a sorcerer and warlock, I believe.
She currently has Cure Wounds on her primer. Oh, that's right, because she has Detect Magic inherently.
Oh, so she doesn't need the primer for yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Well,
Maybe-
with Detect Magic, it might be nice to have her come with us to look at the snarl.
And that was another thing. I currently still have Detect Magic up, but since we're kind of in the prep of the day, if we really wanted, I could do Healing Word. But if A-Lady's gonna go with you guys to the Snarl, I'll keep Detect Magic up, so then I can have that for searching with Kellen.
Yeah, I think it's good for searching.
Sounds good.
All right.
We got Team Snarl, Team Search, Team Home Base.
We're all Team Snarl. There's Team Snarl, and there's Team Search.
We would see our group of 5, non-discerning, very mild-mannered looking students.
Just
Anyone
totally
will-
normal Strixhaven students. There's nothing
Yeah.
to see here.
You guys would exit the cave, begin to make your way down the sort of rocky path that sort of zigzags back and forth down the face of the mountain, down towards the Lorehold campus below. It would maybe take, 30, 45-ish minutes of like a fairly steady pace. You guys aren't moving super slow, but you would finally sort of touch down on the Lorehold campus proper. Essentially stepping down as far as our loose map here goes. You'd basically be walking down about here. So you would step down to the very arid floor below, a rocky, sort of sand mixed in, though mainly just exposed earth. Sort of crossing the space, you all would begin to approach the sort of large, beautiful, elegant, gold-topped and lined buildings of the Lorehold campus. Beginning to step on to the actual floors, beginning to move up, essentially up this like side of this kind of cliff face here, sort of stepping up to that walkway that'll lead you straight across the central campus. As you all begin to cross the Lorehold campus for the first time in months and months and months, the first time stepping on Strixhaven campus in months, you would all quickly notice that there would be a few groups of students moving in groups of 3, always in groups of 3. These students that would move in exclusively groups of 3 would feature these gleaming dark purple robes that seem to have some sort of almost like glitter weaved into their craft. As you cross the campus, you would maybe see about 3 of these trios on your walk, just again across Lorehold alone. After sort of walking to the bridge, would you all want to walk it on foot, or would you wait for the carriage? Seeing that there would be a couple of students at the carriage station waiting. You could probably look in, like, without getting too close, and seeing the large hourglass that's sort of falling sand down. You would guesstimate that there's probably another, 10 minutes until the carriage shows up. So as far as
seeing-
travel time, it'll be like maybe 30-ish minutes, almost either way. Whether you start walking now or if you wait for the carriage for that accelerated speed, you'll get to the central campus around the same time.
Seeing as Gale is covered in makeup right now, she would definitely vote for carriage ride to reduce cardio. I don't know what everyone else's thoughts are.
I mean, if it's the same weight either way, we might as well just walk, right? Like, for change of scenery going.
My vote is, I'd use the sending stone. Hey, we should probably walk. Like, the less chance of all of us being seen together and being stuck in a carriage with somebody, the less opportunity there is for somebody to be like, I think I know them.
Deal.
Sounds
Fair
good.
enough.
Yeah, I imagine we're all using our sending stones, which I'm so glad I insisted on. Pat, pat.
Oh, we could have given Ziglag one of the stones.
Well,
I don't
It's
think
for
he knows
Captain
how to use
Professor
one.
Lady. Yeah, plus what if we lost it and some rando has our stone?
Actually, yeah, that's a good point. Speaking of Ziglag, do we want to reach out at all, or just if we can't find him?
Maybe we'll save it for now, just in case. Now that we're in the heart of Strixhaven, I don't know who is also doing
Fair enough.
tag magic or what's going on. I imagine they're somewhat on edge for the big event. But,
Should we separate our groups as we walk? I mean, not like necessarily like separate, but like not
Yeah, just a
all
little
be in a
distance.
group of 5.
I was thinking that too. Yeah, let's just break it a little bit. We still have the stones.
I guess. Why don't you and I go first, Cullen? Let's go ahead and start walking.
Okay, boss.
As we would see Gale and Kellen begin to walk off first, maybe taking like a 2-3 minute lead. Aelity would probably look back at Marius and Brett. How about I walk in between? You two do a pair, a couple feet behind me, like we're not together.
Oh, yeah. Fine. Have a few feet between.
Yeah, well, staggered diagonal. Yeah, you'll get it. Okay. Give me maybe a minute. And she would turn and probably start moving in the loose direction, not staying as if directly behind, but maybe she would walk maybe further towards that right side edge. Maybe being, 60-ish feet, maybe at most, behind Gale and Kellen, still very easily in eyesight. Not a whole lot to obscure anyone's visions on the bridge. And maybe about a minute later, we would see Marius and Brett sort of begin to follow. Any particular talks as we all sort of walk in, maybe about like 100-ish foot span, all of you just sort of keeping a fair distance between each other as you're casually walking.
Brett, you ever just sometimes get the feeling like we're gonna get stuck in a cave separated from the group, attacked by some random monster? Sometimes it just hits me. No reason.
Well, yes. Yes, I do. Do you think messing with the Snarl is gonna, like, do the corrupty thing again?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I understand. Obviously we know Quinn is responsible for corrupting it, so I'm hoping maybe. I figure worst case doesn't do anything. I mean, we've healed it a lot before and it was happy and fine. I guess I'm really just hoping we can somehow communicate with it like that one time.
Yeah.
That's my biggest hope. So maybe I'll try that first, and then we'll just might as well heal regardless. It fixed the fountain.
Okay. So should we, like, look like we're not there together? Like, you wander in and then, like, act like you accidentally fell asleep, and then I'm just, like, not looking like a stalker watching you casually?
It might be good just in case something happens.
Or should we pass it off and you could just, like, lay your head in my lap platonically?
I guess either could work. I just don't. Didn't last time we like went into the Snarl though?
Are you gonna go into the Snarl while you're calling it? I thought, like, you weren't quite in your body.
That's fair. Maybe we both get books and sit at the same table, and I'll make like a little stack, and then I'll try to reach out.
Okay, yeah, from like nearby.
And then you could just be a couple chairs over. Worst case.
Okay, that sounds good.
Or the
I don't know if we should, like, I mean, that's just like if we gotta be like close to it, was what I was thinking. Like, there's just some benches in there. Anyway, I don't know if like taking a dip in the Snarl is a good idea with like the chaos going on.
I guess a lot of it just depends on how many people are in there.
That's true.
Hopefully it's not too crowded. I don't even know. I feel like I've just dumped all routine for this place. Did you tell Brett we're here? Or did you tell Quinn we're here?
Yeah. He would have. When they arrived last night. A little spicy talk.
Mm-hmm. Would he have made plans to like meet up with you guys at the Biblioplex sort of vibe?
He would have okayed that with everyone else. He wouldn't have kept that like a secret or whatever. But he would have asked for like a group consensus because it could increase the chances of people recognizing who they are if Quint is suddenly like meeting these random ass people.
Maybe after.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
a report.
Yeah,
I
after
don't
we
think
kinda
Gail would be
collect
comfortable with you guys like meeting at the biblioplex, but
Mhm.
she definitely would be okay with you guys
Yeah, like
having a
somewhere-
little meetup at some point.
Yeah, somewhere more low key.
10 minutes.
And he probably still has classes and stuff today, right? So
Quint, I wrote this down. Let me see. So yeah, most of them have classes first thing in the morning. So I guess they wouldn't be able to show up right away. But Quint would be totally free that afternoon, as well as most of tomorrow, free in the morning and after like 4 o'clock, basically, as far as like classes. But Quint, you're probably the only like reason he would ever not go to a class, basically.
yeah. But I think we would decide it could be suspicious. And we don't want to like do anything to risk tipping anyone off.
All right. So we can always find a place where, maybe you think like, hey, maybe Brett would have asked him to meet up here at this point, whenever we get to that point.
Yeah, it would be like afternoon, like maybe a place for lunch, or like he grabs lunch and then meets us somewhere and we have like a off the beaten path picnic.
Mm-hmm. Love it. All right. Any other talks or conversations on the bridge? As it would take a good 20, 25-ish minutes or so, sort of cross the full length of the bridge.
Hey, Kellen,
Um,
you remember last night when I brought up the bracelet?
What about it?
I mean, yeah, I know Brett did make some good points about not reaching out to them and being suspicious, but like, I don't know, he kind of had some weird energy about that. Did you notice
Oh,
anything?
everything seemed normal to me.
Hmm. And then that would just be the end of the conversation as she stares off.
Just out of curiosity, man. So I still have this portal sense that just happens now. Am I getting
You do.
any weird pings or
You do.
anything?
Let's see. What's the distance for the nearest extra missions? 30 feet. Not yet. Not on the bridge, anyways.
Okay. I'm good then.
All right.
Did Brett have something else?
no. I was just umming out loud.
Fair. Very fair. As we would watch our sort of broken group of 5 sort of stagger their way from the bridge onto the central campus. It wouldn't take long after sort of entering the central campus, as none of you were too terribly familiar with Lorehold as a sort of day-to-day campus. Some of you may be swinging by there on your own occasions. Brett probably frequenting it the most, but he was usually in a high-speed run most of the times.
Mhm.
But as all of you step onto the central campus, you can almost immediately feel what was once the heart of Strixhaven feels almost like a shell of itself. The best comparison visually I can give is like almost comparing Disneyland on its busiest day versus Disneyland on its slowest day. There's not very many people out and about. The atmosphere on campus just seeming intensely glum. Maybe that's also in part to the thick storm clouds overhead. But you wouldn't see a whole lot of commingling between people. You wouldn't see the excited faces of students milling about. Now you would see many individuals keeping to themselves. There would be small, isolated groups, maybe 4 or 5 students at most, but again, maybe with this mixed, moody atmosphere overhead, this version of Strixhaven just feels so different from the last time you were here.
Does it look like it's actually going to rain at all, or it's just kind of like overcast?
It looks really overcast. There's not a whole lot of wind or anything happening. Air isn't too almost like thick with static or like dense with moisture. It just feels almost like stale, especially being a wind elemental. It feels weirdly still, but glum.
Just for reference, because I'm covered in makeup, if there's even a drop of moisture, Gail's ready to stop that rain around her so she doesn't fade away into blue.
I love it. I'd imagine that's not too uncommon for students moving about campus if it does happen to rain.
They sell umbrellas at the bibliotech.
There are umbrellas, but it is a magical college, so it's a little bit of practical, a little bit of magic. But continuing on, you all would head towards that large central structure, seeing the massive, almost multi-dome topped biblioplex. It would stand almost impressive against the dark, almost atmosphere here, for its very bright make and design of that almost pale gray stone that makes up most of the exterior here. Beginning to head past many students. Again, on your walk, even on the central campus, you've probably already seen 2, maybe 3 groups of these dark purple robed figures, seeing that the presence of the Lavender Knights is pretty ubiquitous with life on campus now. No one pays them much mind. Not all of them, but a lot of them seem to walk with a little bit of arrogance. Some of them having a little skip in their step, almost feeling like they're the only, happy ones at the moment. The sort of glum atmosphere just shrugging off them. But arriving at the biblioplex, you would see the large stone doors, sort of triple double set of doors sort of set into the front here. Stepping up the stone steps, walking in, you would immediately be hit with this warm interior. Maybe not noticing how, not really cold, but just absence of heat it sort of felt outside. Stepping in, there would be some students milling about to your left and right. To your left as you walk in, there would be that student lounge area as well as the student store. On your right would be the very familiar Biblioplex Cafe, especially for Brett, who worked there for a little bit. Walking into the Biblioplex proper, sort of stepping past the sort of almost like entryway, you would see the large ceiling overhead, taking in the many tables before you, as well as the countless rows of books that line on huge, impressively large shelves that seem to break off to your left and right. But central, as you continue walking straight, you would see set into the middle of the Biblioplex would be the Hall of Oracles. You can already see as you begin to approach the glow of the snarl. Familiar with at least how bright it is, the light almost sheds out from the Hall of Oracles by at least a couple of feet from the entrance, from the entrances to the Hall of Oracles. As you all begin to approach, you would see there would be some students in the general area, not too terribly many. Some sitting at tables, some walking around the shelves. But all of you give me perception checks as you are all almost to the Hall of Oracles proper, maybe just 10, 15 feet away, as you guys are walking in a not really like a group, but a loose staggering.
Oh fuck, Brett! Right out.
Natural 20 from
Right out the gate.
Brett.
I see
I
all.
see all.
You paranoid man.
Me and Kellen matching 7s.
I have strong
Hey, I
hopes
am
for your
looking
group
around
on
for-
your search.
Busy looking around. For
Yeah,
this
I
left
know.
man. Worried about my boy.
I guess Gail would probably be keeping an eye out for Elle and not finding her.
Would you guys immediately, as you kind of walk in here in this very staggered, separated grouping of 5, would you all just immediately begin to break off? Sort of like Kellen and Gail, and probably, I guess Ayla didn't know she's going to the Hall of Oracles. Yeah, so just Kellen and Gale sort of heading off to the stacks itself, while the others sort of
Yeah, I thought
walk to
that
the
was
Hall
kind
of
of the
Oracles
plan.
proper.
I figured Gail and I were kind of like
Yeah.
we'll be on lookout, and if anybody needs anything, they can like hit us up on the stones.
If I were to send a message like with the cantrip, and I'm like trying to find Ziglag, it wouldn't like just go through to somebody if it's not Ziglag, right?
Correct. I think the only caveat is you have to be like pointing in their direction or something like that. So you'd have to kind of maybe do like little scattered like shots of message, but you could
Yeah, so
probably
maybe
find them eventually.
yeah, maybe if she's a bit distracted trying to look for Elle, but also like if she sees a spider or something, she'll like shoot a message. Ziglag?
Someone's just pointing at every spider.
I love that. So we would see you two sort of step off to the side again, almost like you're moving more towards the stacks, but kind of just keeping a distance between you and the Hall of Oracles entrance. That you would see your other 3 party members begin to approach. For Marius, you're probably loosely distracted. Maybe you look off to your left-hand side and you can see, maybe 40-ish feet across the biblioplex on your left. You can see a trio of those purple-robed figures, the Lavender Knights, sort of walking about, again, with a slight arrogance, at least to this trio. And you would maybe walk by a table, maybe, invade on a lone student's space in a moment, asking some questions. Your eyes maybe now being pulled back to the Hall of Oracles that Aelody and Brett would be sort of leading you to. Brett, almost immediately as you begin to step into the Hall of Oracles, looking up at the snarl, you can immediately catch what Quint had been sort of mentioning over the past couple of weeks. You can see that there is that spot, noticing the purple mark that is almost ever constant on this constantly shifting, almost pastel color that is the snarl. Though there is this blotch of deep purple that almost stays mixed in, not churning with the other colors, staying separate. And it is noticeable, though again, not as large and profound as Quint has been saying. But as you all begin to approach, you're maybe 10, 15 feet inside the Hall of Oracles, the snarl hovering maybe 10, 15 feet-ish above your head, the light sort of pooling out below it onto the sort of stone tile floor beneath it. Again, just sort of loosely noting, on your left and right-hand side, there are these tall carvings of past oracles of Strixhaven. There's 4 on your left, 4 on your right. None of them too terribly detailed, though each one having just enough unique features to tell that each one represents a different person, a different figure. As you're sort of standing, the pool of light sort of hitting you, there wouldn't be any other students here in the Hall of Oracles. You would maybe loosely hear some of the goings-on of the biblioplex, though it just feels so much more quiet and void of activity, like it used to, at least last time you all were here. Anything particular from you 3 as you step into the space? Any first activities? And again, this is like a first survey. You don't have to stay here by any means, but this is just sort of like a first take on the interior.
Well, Brett would immediately, like, especially because they're alone, like, he'd gesture up at the spot, point it out to the other 2, and then he'd probably comment. I guess he'd speak through the sending stone. Might as well. But he would comment that, like, well, there it is. Quint made it sound like a lot bigger, though. Well, what do you think, Elodie? Like, with her detect magic?
You would see her eyes sort of flash for just a moment, that small tell that she has. You would see her sort of look up. Fuck. Yeah, that's really big. Like, really, really big. I don't know if you guys have the detect magic or what, but it's like a whole section of it, like a huge sliver. I mean, it's like this beautiful rainbow, then just a gash of purple. Oh, it's making me sick looking at it. Oh, it's too much moving. Gods.
Okay, well, can you use that and cast healing magic, or should you like watch and me and Marius like try to see what we can do, like how it affects that gash?
Maybe I
Well,
just watch you two. Keep an eye on you.
let me I'm trying planes call it. Let me just see if I can talk to it first.
Okay.
That's fair. You're attempting a solo planes call, not using any like empowering, but from the other two.
I could give you an inspiration. Does that help with your?
Definitely could.
It's gonna be hard to be stealthy with this if you try and empower him. I don't know.
Well, there's no one in here with us, so.
It's yeah, bardic inspiration would be too obvious. We're about to find out. But yeah, I guess I'll just be solo if I can use the bardic.
Oh, is it a D10 now?
Yeah.
It's a bit of a monster now.
Hell
Dirty.
yeah.
Okay.
And you maybe just feel like a hand on your shoulder as you feel your forearm sort of warm up a little bit. A very dull, almost fiery glow. Brett's attempt to just sort of keep it as a very stealthy inspiration.
Team
It's the
stop.
hot part of icy hot.
And what would your planes calling attempt look like, Marius? Is this more of like, would it look almost more like a meditative state, or would it look more like attempting to cast a spell, or anything else?
He's always done it like kind of in that meditation pose. I think that's what he's most comfortable with. So I guess he would just kind of put his back against something that's nearby to make it look like he's just taking a seat.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it'll still look like what it looks like, but that way it's just not in the middle of the floor.
Yeah, you sort of step off to maybe that left-hand side, maybe just in front of one of those 8 different like sort of statues.
He'll pop a squat and he'll open his tome in his legs, just his vibe, and he'll just try to reach out and focus on the snarl in front of him and the times he communicated in the past, and then he's gonna just try to reach out.
Give me a arcane or a religion check. And you also can add your bardic inspiration to this.
15 plus. I got the toolbar thing that's a little different.
Oh, that's fair.
20.
Dirty
Dirty
20.
20.
As you would sort of rest, find that deepened state after months of basically practicing almost nonstop, even before getting on the ship, you find it very easy to slip into at this point. That sort of focus period of letting go is easier and easier to get to. Maybe it's a product of many choices you've made along the way. Maybe it's just good practice makes good effort. But after only about a minute or two, you would feel yourself slip into that state as you push out your consciousness. Especially in this proximity, you can almost immediately feel a tether. And you can feel it almost begin to almost pull you, not physically, but this almost ethereal pulling of self that because of your dirty 20, you can either give in and let it pull you or refuse and see what comes of it.
I'll go with the flow. I'll let it pull me.
Fair.
I'm gonna be trapped.
I would say, Kellen, as you're maybe walking around the loose perimeter of the entrance. Maybe you and Gale maybe reach that left side of the sort of exterior of the Hall of Oracles. You know, almost just on like the edge of your 30-foot attention to portals. You feel a ping, strong, and it sort of stays present. Aelity probably would look over at Brett and give him like a nudge. Hey, I don't know how to describe it, but I can see like a version of Marius over the top of himself. I don't know what the hell's that means. It's some sort of communication magic. I mean, I'm getting like a conjuration, but there's an illusion aspect, but a lot of evocation. I don't know.
Does he look chill or does he look like freak?
Marius looks calm. He is in a deep state. You see his chest rise and fall. You've seen him enter these meditative states. This is just like every other time.
So he'd ask Elodie that. Like, does the version that she's seeing look calm or freaked out?
Ethereal of himself.
Yeah, like the extra version she's seeing.
Yeah. It's just essentially what she described. It's almost like, instead of just seeing like an aura around someone like she usually does, it's like a concealed overing of magic that is completely covering him head to toe. But it also mimics his visage underneath this like magical aura.
Oh.
Like this perfect, highly detailed magical outline of him just like hovering over himself. I don't know. I mean, everything seems fine. I just figured it was a change in status, and I figured I would let you know. I haven't seen anything from the Snarl, but something changed with Marius.
Oh, okay. Well, keep an eye on that.
Really quick, Matt. Since Kellen's feeling that little ping, I think that he's gonna instinctively just try to like kind of follow it.
Fair. And as you maybe even just like coyly sort of step around the side, maybe even just looking in to the Hall of Oracles, not even fully needing to step in, but just on the edge of that 30-foot line, you get a strong, almost pull. Nothing visual, but it's almost this sense. Like the hairs on the back of your neck stand up as you look at the source. It's Marius.
That's weird. I'll just follow up with him about that later. Walks off.
What did you see?
Oh,
see
no.
something?
Just checking something out. It's something weird coming from Marius, but he's in the middle of doing something, so.
Probably that plane's calling stuff.
Probably.
I guess.
Don't know.
Oh, spider. Ziglag?
No response from the spider. Damn it. Damn it, Ziglag. Cutting back to Marius's POV, you feel that tension, that almost push-pull, and you release, allowing your ethereal self to sort of rise out of your body. And as you ascend, you can look down. You see yourself meditating. You probably look over, see Aelity and Brett sort of talking, sort of hushed between the two of them. Maybe even loosely seeing as you ascend upward, maybe Gale and Kellen sort of walking by the entrance, looking at your unconscious body, talking loosely before sort of walking off. As you feel yourself being pulled up, there's this warm embrace that almost overtakes you, like a sensation throughout every fiber of your being. For it would immediately stop, feeling hard ground underneath your feet. You can see that you're in this beautiful, white dome-topped room. No entrance or exit, Just smooth stone walls and matching floor. The lighting of the space would be this ball of moving and shifting energy, very familiar as you're looking at this domed ceiling space. Previously, the churning sphere of energy was a mix of beautiful colors, much like the snarl, but in a almost unbridled way. But now you can see mixed in, there would be a deep, dark purple throughout, creating this mixed lighting for this pale room, now having hints of purple shades that almost peek in at times, like this moving lighting. Looking around, you'd be alone in this space. Give me a perception check real quick, Marius. I'll give you advantage, since you're a bit more in control this time.
Give me your bits. Huh, net 20.
A
Whoa.
natural 20.
Wow.
Nice.
Tell me the
Good rolls
things.
today, guys.
Maybe almost a similar feeling to Kellen. It's like the hairs on the back of your neck stand up. Maybe it's your planes calling, maybe it's just an extra sense. You can almost feel a presence. It almost feels like someone is watching you. Looking about the space, it's empty apart from the moving light overhead. You almost feel eyes from you, from an unseen source. As you can almost feel a movement, as if a figure is pacing. Whatever you're detecting, it's almost walking around the exterior of these stone walls. It's the best way I can describe it. You can feel there's a separation, there's a barrier, something keeping this presence. For a dry voice would echo out, like someone speaking on the opposite side of a door. Who's in there? Tell me your name, please. I haven't had company in so long.
It's Marius. Who am I speaking with?
Marius. I have many names. Though many now seem to refer to me as Ecstasnar. Something
Motherfucker.
tied to my previous life. Something I barely remember. Marius. What is the power you possess, Marius? It is intoxicating. You can feel the presence almost like pressing into the wall.
Oh,
Can't believe you gave him your name.
I'm not a demon that doesn't have any extra power. Okay. Besides, he barely remembers who he was before. He's probably rehabilitated. I'll help you, sir. Get you out of here. My power is my own business. And I want to kind of like push back where I felt the pressure.
Give me an Arcana check with advantage.
What?
And that's 20.
Another nat 20.
Bruh.
Are you like physically placing your hand on the wall, or is this just like a forced almost push like with your mind?
Yeah, like more of a mind push.
As you shunt out this energy, there would be a wave of cascading bluish, greenish, whitish energy that would surge out from you. Saloon's light. Pressing out, you would almost feel a wave of energy just shrugging off of you, pressing into the wall. You could feel the figure almost be pushed back. You can feel the presence leave. You would maybe stop that light finally dying out from you. It's just you and this pale white and purple light sort of shifting in and out in this dome space. You would feel the presence again once more, maybe 30 seconds later. Marius, please. Your power. Oh, it would be enough to open the door. I've been stuck for so long in this hell. Please, you must help me, Marius. Oh, you have the ability. I can sense it. I can smell it.
Well, what door? I mean, we're just in this dome.
That light over your head. I need it purple. I need the chaos weave surging through it. I need the tear to reopen. The only place I can re-enter from is the place I exited that place from. And to get back, it's all I crave. It's all I need.
I mean, can I just pump a bunch of just healing spells into it and turn it? How would I want to turn it purple, or it's just a magic thing?
Give yourself to the chaos weave. I can feel there is a burdening edge in you.
Okay.
The smallest bud of chaos. Oh.
So is this swirling chaos the chaos weave? I'll gesture to that pink or purple energy floating around.
Oh, you know so little. Free me. I will answer any question. I will go to any length to find answers.
Just trying to connect. See how to connect to the weave. You said I gotta corrupt this thing.
Give in to the chaos. I can tell you've had it once before. Oh, yes. Yes, you have. You're receptive to it. You've once bathed in it.
Can I remember, from when I was in here in the past to now, and what's different? I'm trying to figure out if there's anything he could try to use his healing magic on.
You can try to use it on the light overhead. That's the only other occupant. The very last time you were in here was when the creepy shadow figure came in and Saloon sort of saved you.
Hold on, let me make sure I can actually use this just willingly, or if I have to.
That's fair. We'll cut to the exterior, outside of your vision. As Aelity at one point would probably elbow you again, Brett. Whoa, he just got really bright. He just got really, okay. He's dimming down. Okay, it's normal. It's the normal thing over him. But it was crazy bright for a minute there.
Okay. You got it. You got it, man. Pumping his fist.
Kellen, maybe you and Gale doing a back once over. You still feel that ping. It doesn't really ever get stronger or weaker. It's just this constant pull.
But I know
you
it's
can
there.
feel.
And I have
still
made the
present.
mental note that it's coming from Marius, and so I assume, and with what Gale said, I assume that it's probably something to do with his planes calling.
Mm-hmm.
I think
roll
at
me,
this point...
roll me a perception check real quick for Ziglag before you get to that, Gale.
Yeah.
You guys have had a little bit of time here. Let's see if Ziglag
Let me
would have
pull
found
up
you
his
guys.
sheet real quick, sire.
I was about to say, Gale would probably detect magic at this point to either look for chaos shit or Ziglag. So hopefully he finds me first. Well, us.
Skills. Oh, he just gets a flat d20, I think.
Just a flat d20. It'd be whatever his
+1,
wisdom
so a
modifier is,
d20
unless
plus
it's
1?
a 0. Yeah, d20 plus 1. Come on, Ziglag.
A 10.
A 10. It would probably be right as Gale. You're like, I'm just gonna detect magic or do something. I can't just keep sitting around here waiting.
Mhm.
You would see a minor impression on Kellen's shoulder. As Kellen, you would feel Ziglag, invisible but in his imp form, sort of claw onto your shoulder.
Ah.
Lord Master Kellen,
Yes, you
I have found you.
Was anything weird going on?
Yes, Lord Master Kellen. It at first wasn't too odd, namely because it was what I've essentially showed up on them doing, but then they left. And Ziglag is getting ahead of himself. They were conducting rituals right where over there where the other followers of Lord Master Kellen are.
Oh,
Followers.
interesting. Okay. And so Kellen would kind of activate the sending stone, and he would be like, "Hey, so Ziglag informed me that there." And I'm assuming that he was referring to the Lavender Nights. Yeah.
Yeah. Ziglag would probably sort of continue on. Lord Master Kellen, I did not see anyone's faces. The figures, they had masks on, Lord Master Kellen. I tried. I could not see beneath them. They were very well covered, but they had those beautiful robes like those children over there are sporting.
Ah, very, very, very good, Ziglag. That is incredible. You did a great job. And as soon as we get out of here, again, you are going to get rewarded very handsomely. But
Oh, yes, Lord Master Kellen. There were nine people standing around that ball of light thing. They were standing about it, and the other smaller childrenlings were sort of wandering about the area. Some were watching. I think maybe, but those 9 were doing something. Dark magic being used. Not even devils use that magic.
Yeah, this is not good, Ziglag. This is bad, very, very bad. And
I think after hearing that, Gale would probably just detect magic anyways, kind of like pulling off her glasses and drawing circles like on the frames.
Mm-hmm. You get some magic
I
ores
don't
from
want to
students.
use a subtle spell, but I'd make sure no one sees that.
Let's say you can at least dip off into the stacks, find a quiet spot to cast a quick spell.
so,
Yeah.
But as far as initial surveys, it's just seeing students with their normal magic. Unless you wanted to get closer to the Snarl or over to the Lavender Knights, they're still kind of around the opposite section of the Biblioplex from you all.
I think she would want to look at the Snarl after hearing that they did rituals on it.
Mm-hmm. Probably looking over at Kellen, making sure he's good to go. If there was anything Kellen needed to do before
yeah,
heading
no,
over to the
he would
Snarl.
just get on
Yeah,
the
sorry, I
sending
think I
stone and just
interrupted
relay all the information that Ziglag was able to gather to everybody. Let everybody know that there was 9 people. That they were definitely doing some chaos, imbued magic onto the Snarl through some kind of ritual, and that's probably what's infecting it further. Outside of that, yeah, and also his weird portal tingly sense is going off because of Marius. Whatever he's doing is creating some kind of portal.
I will also say, just for Marius' sake, we'll get back to you in just a minute, but because of your natural 20, you hear Kellen's voice sort of echoing through your head. Like everything he says, you get to hear.
I think Gale would just be like, hopefully no one else notices Marius, not
Is
knowing
he,
what's
like,
going
okay?
on.
Is he good?
I make my way over, not like to the snarl, but within range of the spell.
Yeah, just sort of like getting close to that entrance. You probably see the backs of Aelody and Brett disguised. But as you and Kellen sort of walk by that entrance, maybe getting a little bit closer on this particular walk by, as soon as it hits that range, you can immediately see this shift. There would be this large purple slice of energy that almost stays constant. You would see the shifting energy of the snarl through detect magic still. It'd be much brighter, almost hard to look at, almost like looking up at the sun. But there would be this dark purple patch that almost stays constant. From your estimations, I mean, it's damn close to like a third of this thing already. Like this
Oh, man.
huge piece that's just dark purple. You would know from original observations that the spot didn't look too terribly big. It was noticeable, sure, if you knew what you were looking for. But with Detect Magic, it is a completely different story.
This is not good, Kellen.
I mean, yeah, no. With what Ziglag said, it sounds really bad. But what are you talking about?
Yeah, no, you can't see it like I can right now. This is like a third of that thing is friggin' chaos.
Man, that is not good. And whatever this unification ceremony is, I think it's really gonna seal that deal. So, do we just burn everything down at this point? Like, is that an option?
I don't
I
think
mean, but
that's a
if the
good idea.
snarl
That's
just
just
like
gonna
doesn't
cause more
exist,
chaos.
then can it like unleash chaos magic all over the place? Turn into a gnarl?
I don't think
You don't
simple
think
arson
so?
is going to destroy the snarl.
I thought we were all
Are
doing
you
it
guys
over the stone.
talking in like a
I
hushed
thought we were doing it over
conversation,
the
or are you speaking through the setting sun? Okay, just
yeah.
checking.
Yeah, stone.
Well, I mean, we should let Marius like come back and like report in, right?
Oh,
Before we set
yeah, that's right. We
fires,
came here
or
to
I don't
cure
know,
this
maybe
thing,
try
right?
some
Like
cure
we haven't even
wounds
tried
first.
pumping into
Just-
the divine magic into it. Maybe that'll help.
well, I can do it whenever, but I don't want to interrupt whatever Marius is up to.
I mean, yeah, just wait for him to come out, and if he doesn't come out, guys.
Smash
Did you
cut.
say that?
Smash cut to Marius's POV. Marius, you're in this domed space. Again, that churning ball of energy overhead. Again, it looks like the snarl, but even in previous viewings, it's like a much more raw, almost ethereal version of it. It would still have that pale light, but this purple shift would take over every couple of seconds. This almost feels like a strobe from like pale to purple light in just a split second. Kind of going through some options in your head. You feel the presence still here, almost leaning against the exterior of this domed room you're in. You probably hear your friends' voices just sort of like flooding in your head. You would probably know you're unable to just freely respond. You could maybe try like a planes calling attempt, but you hear it all.
I'm gonna try and maybe get caught up for a moment and then stop, focus, and then he's gonna do just one healing light into the light above his head.
Love it. Give me another Arcana or Religion check with advantage.
Yay.
22.
22. As you sort of lift up slowly, using your healing light, just sort of letting out with it, you can feel it find its purchase in this strange body of energy. And you would feel the magic begin to seep in, or you would immediately feel it begin to get pressed back. Very similar to how you entered this place, you begin to feel this push and pull. You begin to push your will onto it before the magic is dissolved back into your face, this scattering of pale greenish blue light that sort of flickers out. The presence outside the domed room. Marius. Marius, Marius, what are you doing, Marius? That would be something we don't want.
Oh no!
I need a Constitution saving throw, Marius.
Oh my god.
Oh boy.
Be strong.
Be strong.
Think strong thoughts.
Oh no!
13.
13. You would feel your ethereal body lock up in a minute. It almost feels like you can't breathe, but that isn't the issue. It's almost like you're being compressed in. Marius, Marius, Marius. Well, I sure hope I get to see you soon, my friend. I was hoping for an ally, but it seems I have yet another defiant pig to slaughter. As you feel your body almost jolt backwards, its physical form, you almost push back into the statue as your consciousness rejoins with your body. As you take
1 damage.
Oh,
13 points of
one of the
psychic
rolls
damage.
was a 1.
We'll drop the highest, so 4. Deal.
Yeah, that could have been worse.
Okay. When I snap back, I want to use my primer to do detect magic.
You would, but as soon as your consciousness is in your body, your head is spinning. It's
Okay,
like you're,
never mind.
it's like you're
Yeah,
drunk and
then I'll
have the
take a second.
spins. Like you're almost incoherent for a minute. It's one of those like startlingly being woke up from a nap. Like where am I? Like disoriented.
Never mind, I'll hold off.
I mean, you could in just a moment, but it would be
Yeah.
a very visceral moment as Brett and Aelity basically
Take a second.
you get a front row seat to this like jolting, almost like kicking himself back into the statue behind him, sort of rocking slightly. See a little bit of a nosebleed from Marius, Gale, Kellen. You probably get like a loose view of this from your sort of like outpost position outside of the Hall of Oracles. See Marius just sort of kick back slightly and sort of stagger on the ground.
Does the snarl do anything weird with my detect magic when that happens? Or it's
No.
just being snarl?
Yeah, it stays ever present. Kellen, that little ping from Marius would immediately dissipate as soon as he's like kicked back and eyes open.
There,
Hold on. I feel like really spinny. And also, like, I have the wind knocked out of me. This really hurts. If I wasn't doing this for the setting stone,
whatever you're
I don't think I could do
doing
it.
is sending you to a different dimension.
Oh. Well, that makes sense, because I kind of left my body for that plane's calling, and it's a little different than normal. But, you know that dude that started, the Auric, and then it's, like, trapped in the other chaos dimension?
The Extasnar guy?
Noxusnar.
Don't.
Yeah. So he's like in the
Marius,
snarl.
please don't tell me.
He's trying to come through. He wants me to. It's almost all the way corrupted.
You reached Extasnar?
I
Yeah,
mean,
he's
probably
not very
gathered
nice.
that already.
What
Whole
the-
like chaos we wanting to destroy Strixhaven.
Yeah, I
too,
know.
and
It's
take
what.
over the world kind of vibe.
Yeah, but that wasn't what I did.
It was really gross, and I tried to heal it, and then he just like
He blocked
did
it.
far, but he just like blocked the heal, and then he got mad because I wouldn't. I think so. It felt. I don't know how to describe it because you could like feel it, but you were there, but brain could feel it.
And so,
Anyway,
like,
as I was healing it,
were
I
you
could just
not
feel
there
it.
with him this time? Like,
It's just
where, what? I thought I thought last time this happened, you guys all like went together,
Who,
right?
me? Well, what happened last time was like different because like we just like healed that thing and then we started having like dreams and then like we were both there. But like this time he did his plain talking thing and I can't like join for that. I don't think. Oh, I was standing right there though, and then like I moved over to here.
Yeah, I kind of did it a little different way. I think last time me and Brett kind of got like pulled into
So is
it.
he
where
like
this
just
time I
always
kind of
there?
like reached out
Do
first.
these people get to talk to him as
But-
well? No, like the
Yeah, did you actually talk with him? Did he just talk
Yeah.
at you? What?
We kind of talked. He kind of threatened me, and then I kind of pushed him, and then he came back, and then I healed it, and then he was like, "You should have done that. I needed an ally," and then like mind grabbed me
Oh.
and threw me back.
Oh,
Well, that's like that sucks, but maybe it's a good thing because like if you block
yeah,
the
did
heals,
you-
then maybe like heals would help out.
that is a good question.
You think you can block it from out here?
I mean, if we all did it at the same time, and it was like a pretty decent. I don't know if level would matter.
Yeah, so
But
I'm just
that was
gonna,
what I
like,
wanted
sit
to
this one
try
out.
before I ended up here.
I'll be your eyes and ears. Or if anything weird happens. I don't have my
Okay.
primer. I
We should
said
try it.
that when we very
Yeah,
first left.
Yeah, I remember.
I can't really help out with that today, but
Well, I mean, we're here.
Yeah, I just,
It's
like,
honestly,
need
it
you to
feels
dump
like
everything that you
he's so
have
close
into
to
it.
getting out.
Like, really see if you can just clear it up. Maybe it's like a bad rash or something.
All right.
Okay, I mean-
Now,
Use all my slots.
well, maybe we'll just start with our most powerful heal and see
yeah,
how it
I don't think you
reacts.
should go quite that hard yet, Brett. Let's.
I'll use my detect magic now.
You can immediately see the dramatic shift in the snarl. That sort of bright glow would have that corrupting large slice of dark purple energy. Sort of confirming what you've heard and seeing, about a third of this thing being consumed by that dark, almost churning purple energy.
Brett, do you have detect magic?
No, sir.
All right. Well, let's just ready some cure wounds. And just put your head next to mine, and then we'll heal on the count of 3.
All right.
And he'll put his hand like right in the middle of that big old gash.
Fair. As you two would sort of get closer, normally we're almost lifted up by the snarl.
Mhm.
But this time, as you begin to approach that center, it doesn't happen. There is no light pull of ascension up that, again, about 15-ish foot up there snarl. So, Marius, you could pop your wings and get up close to do touch magic, or if you guys have ranged healing magic, you could try that as well. Or if you have means to get up there as well, Brett.
Kale, do you fly?
I mean, yeah. Can I attempt the parkour first?
I do have fly available, but
Could I have like discreetly got Rouge, my fine carpet, in here, like rolled up on my back, or no? Because if no, I would have left it.
I would say so. I'd say you could.
Then we can. he'll take that out. And he's like, all right, I guess we can sit on this. This is not very inconspicuous at all. I'll use the
Yeah.
setting stone, but like, Kellen, you gotta keep people out of here.
How do
Let's
you want
try
me
and be
to do
quick.
that?
Yeah, got it. We believe in you.
Gail, help him keep people out of here.
Let's get stealth checks from Brett and Marius. One of you can have advantage from Aelity. Just as sort of a vibe check. Again, just for how discreet, how quick you guys are able to sort of get this done. Because, again, there still are other students milling about. None in the hall particularly, but the entrance here is like these wide open walkways. It's super easy to look in.
My stealth is a 1.
Gail's gonna try and like keep an eye out while at the same time, like if she notices somebody like getting too close or like is interested in what they're doing, she's gonna try and like distract them and walk up and be like, "Yeah, sorry, I'm new. I'm getting really lost. Is it Quandrix? Is that south or is that Witherbloom?" You know.
I love it. Kellen, you're probably like, how do I keep people out of here? And one of the first people that walk up, Gale is easily able to come over, going off of your sort of disguise check rolls that you guys made earlier. Easily able to navigate this and sort of distract these people that may have been entering or walking a little too close. Kellen maybe like, oh, okay, maybe helping in, realizing your disguise is that good, where you can just sort of like BS some nonsense about being confused or lost or needing help, and it's pretty easy. They're non-questioning.
And then I make up some bullshit about like, "Oh, have you tried the coffee yet?" Like to be like, "I'm not leaving yet," but
That's fair. Go ahead and get our stealth checks. So I guess Aelity could make you guys invisible. Maybe she'll do that. She'll just stay on the ground floor and just cast invisibility at 5th level.
Oh,
Make
that kinda-
you guys invisible.
do you need to cast it? Oh, right.
Does
Warlock.
that mean we get advantage or we don't need to roll?
I'd give you both advantage. Because again, she can't make the carpet invisible, unfortunately. And it will lower the DC.
It's elitist.
It's not a
30-20.
creature.
Hey, look at us.
Go. 20
Matchy
with
matchy.
the dirty 20s. As you both get on board Rouge, Aelity staying at ground level, just keeping concentrated on invisibility. You two would both hover up, probably hovering up just high enough to where you're almost slightly above the snarl. That way you're out of like general eye line of people that would walk by. They'd have to really be looking up inside the interior to see you both. Sort of finding the safe perch, bringing Rouge as close as you can to the snarl. What spells would you guys like to use for this, or what flavor, or anything in particular before casting your magic?
All right, Brett, try to think of something really happy and positive. Something that you love when you do this. We need to try and like really counteract the toxic chaos.
Got it. And we should hold hands.
Reaches out hand.
Yeah.
Eh.
Yeah, Brett's gonna think of seeing Quent soon and having this whole mess taken care of so they can finally finish the Mage Tower tournament from last year.
What would be going through Marius's mind? What sort of positive intent would he be channeling?
I guess in a really cliche way, he would be going and picking out like all the fun little like filler episodes of their life.
Mm-hmm.
Like just like the fun easy day where they didn't have to fight anything on the ship and like trade. Even when they were in the islands, there was like a really nice like just day where it was like casual, no drama. It's like all those little like happy moments.
I love it. Both of you guys pick your healing spells or abilities or features and go ahead and chug them out.
All I'm gonna do a level 4 cure wound.
Yeah, I'm gonna do a level 5 cure wound. One, two, three, 4.
Oh god. Oh wait, that was just one. Oops, scrub line 2. 31.
31 plus 28. Nice.
40, 59.
As both of you sort of clasp hands, sort of timing this expelling of sort of divine positive magic. Brett reaching out right where Marius is, like your hands are almost right next to each other, like your free hands. As you sort of reach in and press sort of into that magical form, your hands sort of loosely almost pass through its surface. It's very not solid, but both of you finding purchase. There would be a bit of an expel of magic, a bit of a surge throughout it. There would be a glow of this warm light that would almost emanate. I need both of you to make Constitution saving throws.
Okay. Constitution save.
Yes.
Decent.
Nice.
19.
16 and a 19. You would feel part of your magic be absorbed. There would be this terrible strain both of you are almost having to focus through. The spell not being quite so quick. Almost having to linger and press the spell into the snarl. And it would take almost a good 15 seconds before finally you would feel about half of that healing go through. Seeing no visible change. Even with Detect Magic, there's almost no real discernible change. Maybe a sliver of this very large gash has been healed. But it's so sort of ever moving, it's almost hard to fully take in, especially while casting. And both of you pull your hands back. There's a slight throbbing of the forehead. Almost have to like pop your ears. You can tell it did some amount of healing, though can't see much of a result.
It doesn't. It like barely worked, I guess is how I could say it. I don't know. This is pretty far along. I mean, it has to be.
Are you still
Well, do
saying
we-
that over the stone?
Yeah, you can say.
Yeah. I think that's how we. Yeah.
You guys are in stealth mode.
Yeah, we're teaching it. We're treating it like open comms.
So
We trained for this, damn it.
Would it be dumb to try and dispel magic the chaos?
is arson
Like
still?
focus
that's
in on
super
that while I've still
hard.
got detect magic up? Yes.
Yes.
I didn't know that was ever in the running.
I mean, do you want to give it everything we got, like, just in case? Because, like, what else are we even going to do out here today? As much as we can take anyway, like, made my head feel weird. It's like if you wanted to, like, soak a sponge with water, but you had to, like, push the water into the sponge.
Oh.
Now you know what I mean? Like when it pushed back trying to heal it the first time. I mean, I'm down. Just put another something into it. We should save a little something just in case for our way out.
Just let me know if you guys want me to try and dispel magic.
Try
As
the
Gale,
dispel
like,
magic.
picks a random book off the shelf to try and look like she's like actually a part of the library, you know?
Yeah. Let us just do one more heal, I guess, and we can swap out.
Also, I assume, but I just want to double check with my detect magic up. Probably picking up on some chaos from the Lavender Knights. But would any other students have it? Or no?
I would say if you were able to sort of get about 30 feet away from the Lavender Knights and skirt back looking at other students, Lavender Knights, each of them have chaos magic. Not fully overtaking their aura. You can see it seeding in these bold cracks. Reminiscent of what you saw with Brett and Marius, over 2-ish years ago, roughly.
Mm-hmm.
But it's more pronounced. Maybe it's further along. Maybe since they're willing users, even maybe that's doing something. It's hard to really tell. But checking out some of the other students, no one else has any other chaos magic.
Okay. Just want to make sure it's not just like seeping at this point.
There's a prescription for that.
She'll just have a book, try and act casual, and wait till they're done healing. Gets word for dispel magic or not.
Well, let's see like what the dispel does.
Oh, you want me to do that first?
Yeah, I guess we should see how that reacts first.
I guess just to be safe, I'll use a subtle spell with this.
I have
and
a
it's
quick
a 120-foot
question.
range, so I can kind of just like sit
Isn't
down
the
somewhere.
snarl inherently magic?
Yeah.
Made up of magic?
Yeah, but I was thinking. Well, I guess I do have to be somewhat close with the detect magic up, but with that, I was thinking maybe I could
Okay.
focus
Okay.
specifically on the chaos portion of the snarl. Yeah, not trying to dispel the snarl as a whole. But then
No
again,
snarl, no
my
gnarl.
arson
so
idea
we're
was a
fine.
good idea then.
then again, who knows? I don't.
There's
No,
only
stop
us.
it.
We're like throwing junk in the volcano, hoping to like turn it off.
Is this gonna balance out the pH level? I don't know.
Can I see with my detect magic earlier? Were there like a bunch of runes or anything? Like, didn't they say they were casting rituals?
Yeah.
There's nothing like around, was there?
No, nothing around other than
Okay.
the bright magic sort of the snarl. And of course there's like some inherent magic to some of the floors and like walls of this place just for like durability's sake, but nothing that would allude to rituals being done here.
Okay, so Gail's gonna make sure she's within 30 feet so she can properly see this third of chaos in the snarl and really focus in on that as she subtly casts dispel magic at 5th level.
Get it.
Throw that up there. And that's gonna be. I know I need to do a D10 or D20.
It is a make an ability check using your spell casting ability. So yeah, it would be
a charisma check. I have no idea what the DC is for this. If you want to keep that secret, keep your secrets gobbed.
Oh, I will. Don't worry. If you beat it, you'll know.
Let me take my sorcery point off. That is just 1, right? Yeah, 1 for subtle spell. Okay.
Snarl, what snarl?
Yeah. Oh, that's definitely not for sure.
All right, it's probably for the best. Thankfully, you didn't roll low, so that's very good for you. As you find your spot, again, 30-ish or so feet outside of the Hall of Oracles, you would cast your spell. Is this a subtle spell?
Yeah. I took a
Okay.
sorcery point off for subtle.
Beautiful. And you cast out your spell effortlessly, and you would feel it almost wrap itself around that portion of the snarl, almost feeling your spell find its contact. for there would be a bright surge from the Hall of Oracles. This pale purple light would boom, almost throb throughout the interior. Everyone on the outside would see this bright purple strobe light effect take place from the Hall of Oracles. Many students turning their heads. You would see, in particular, the Lavender Knights far off on that opposite side turn and look curiously before they start moving to the Hall of Oracles, a fair ways off, clearly intrigued by whatever this light that just emanated from the Hall of Oracles is.
Shit.
Oh no.
I would just try. I would just
My
try to play it
God.
off. Look at a random student. Oh my god, what was that? I was reading.
There'd be this bright light inside the Hall of Oracles. As it happens, Marius, Aelity, and Brett, there's almost this like flashbang effect in front of both of your eyes. Maybe stagger, maybe you have to like almost drop down on top of Rouge so you don't just tumble over from the flash. What would our group
Guys,
do in these moments following
gotta
this
get out of there.
eruption
Guys
of light?
gotta
this
get out of there.
reaction from the snarl?
Yeah, I don't. That was. I feel really dumb now. I don't think we should do that ever again. Over the stone, of course.
Should we get one more heal in?
You guys gotta
That's
get
what I was
out of
thinking.
there.
And then, I mean,
Okay.
we're invisible. I'll try and wrap up Rouge. Filter, we're leaving right now.
So
yeah,
this
we're already
is-
holding hands and casting
Hold
heal. Let's
hands,
go.
cast. I'm gonna.
This is a little
I'll use all
off topic.
7 of my healing.
It happened the other day when it stormed, but it's storming right now. So if Matt and I randomly disconnect, you guys know why.
We'll continue without you.
Both of you are staying
Amorphous
for one more
Council.
healing spell?
Yep.
Oh my god.
Like it
Alright.
flashes in the
Oh my
face.
God,
We look at each
no.
other, and we're just we're both invisible. We're just like, what more?
Get out of there.
What? It's 6 seconds at most.
This is why I didn't want to try this until I wanted to make sure. I'm glad it was a
Carpet
group
is not
decision and I
invisible.
didn't just
We're
do
invisible. Aelity can start walking. Well, once I wrap it up, I don't know how that works
Be the only
mechanically.
people in the Hall of Oracle.
it. Could I maybe try and like get up and distract the Lavender Knights?
We're invisible.
Be like, oh my god, what was that? Did you get?
As you move over to the Lavender Knights, if you are trying to intercept them, Gale, they are disregarding you. Probably the lead being a half orc, maybe physically pushing you aside. Move!
Ah!
All right, yeah, I'll go
Rude.
for the heals. It's 76. I have to roll twice.
Damn. Right with the big heal. You won.
I think this is an 24.
24. Both of you have your hand in that spot. There is again, a good long second of trying to force this magic in. Both of you make Constitution saving throws for me.
That's right, I forgot, man.
I forgot to. Otherwise, I totally would have given us some bardic experience. I don't know. It matches.
It's the moment. Oh, no.
Oh no, Marius.
Oh. As you both
Goodbye.
press in this magic, you can feel about, again, almost maybe half of your healing pressed into this thing. Visually, it's so hard to tell. And the next thing you would feel, Brett, is a tugging on your hand that's attached to Marius's hand. As Marius, you are kicked back, feeling this thrust of mental pain as you take 9 points of damage.
Ah!
And you look over, Brett, and you see a very visible looking Marius being kicked back. Brett, I need a strength or dexterity saving throw.
Oh man.
No, my visibility's gone.
Oh damn.
Oh. Oh.
Oh my god.
Natural 20. As soon as you feel the tension of him falling back, you immediately just pull him in. Stop him from falling, thankfully. Though he is incredibly visible as both of you are standing atop this. You can probably hear again, maybe 40-ish feet away from the entrance of the Hall of Oracles. A lot of chatter. Probably hear a half-orc shout, "Move!" Maybe hear like a Gale like, "Okay, oh, all right," as they
You just-
continue on their
Rude.
path.
Brett's invisible, right?
Yeah,
Brett
yeah.
is still
He's
invisible.
still invisible, and they're coming into the room. it
They're
seems.
about 40 feet out from like a loose estimation, and probably having a relay from Kellen, probably letting you know, like, you gotta get out of there. They're like 40 feet out from the entrance.
Mm. Is there a place in the library, like a little aisle that nobody's in?
I don't have much of a vantage point. You guys are inside like essentially like an indoor pavilion almost.
Oh,
you
sorry.
Can't really
I
see
Yeah.
out.
I was asking through the stone.
Oh, got you.
I should have clarified. To my 2 lookouts.
I guess I would reference the bookshelves or like the section that I went to earlier to cast the spell for the
You want some kind of roll or
detect
anything,
magic,
Matt?
but it's like, but I don't know if
We
it's clear
can-
now.
I mean, you guys could pretty easily pick out some safe spots they could go to in the stacks. 'Cause again, there aren't a terrible amount of students here. There's some milling about, many of them kind of moving to the closest entrance of the Hall of Oracles. There's the sort of front way you all entered from, and there is like a backside exit to it as well.
I mean,
But-
Brett may know a ton of good places to sneak off and make out, like for no particular reason. So
Very fair.
he might just like, because I feel like all this is happening pretty fast, and Mary says like, "Where should we go?" And then Brett would just be like, "Make Rouge go this way." And then he's like pointing, and then he realizes you can't see, so then he like lifts your arm and points your arm.
Because I can dimension door. I just need to know how many feet. I just need to know.
Can you move the carpet as well with that?
How many feet does Dimension Door give you?
500.
Yeah, I would just.
Oh
I'd
yeah,
just
I
go
mean, with
outside.
500, you could get outside the biblioplex.
I'm not invisible. It'd be weird for some people in a fucking magic carpet to pop up. Is
You
there
pop
some
up
like
above the
bushes or something?
biblioplex.
Oh, that's right. Excuse me. No, that feels more. That's
That is
More
if the carpet comes
conspicuous.
with you.
that's why I
500 feet
wouldn't.
up.
You can bring objects as long as their weight doesn't exceed what you can carry.
Oh, okay.
I imagine that counts.
Mhm.
Okay. You know what? I'll just from memory. I'll put us in what I. Because I was a gardener here forever. Can I put us in some like shrubbery outside?
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
easy enough.
Put some kind of in the. I
I
got too
forgot
far
that's a
in, but
job
not too
you
far
did.
out. So it's just like, I'm gonna pop out in the middle of nowhere, but it's not like.
I mean,
Build it
like
flat.
with your kind of current distance, and even if you take like a little bit of an angle, so you're kind of going to more like a corner of the large building, and then you'd still have 300 more feet outside you could keep going. So like, you got some space. You could get well outside.
So yeah, he's gonna take us outside, somewhere that he remembers being like at least like some foliage. Try and help conceal their random appearance.
Mm-hmm. As you expel your magic, Brett, there's that tug, probably being pulled with Mary's if you so choose.
Yeah.
That familiar feeling of being teleported. Aelity immediately beginning to like walk out the backside. After you sort of come back into awareness, Brett, you would see that you are visible now. Probably for Kellen and Gale getting like a brief look inside the Hall of Oracles before the Purple Knights could get there, you would see Aelity reapply using her last spell slot to make herself invisible as she makes her way out the backside. The Lavender Knights probably walking past some of the people, sort of looking curiously at the hall. As they would begin to enter, you would hear them sort of talking amongst themselves. And you would probably hear that sort of lead half-orc probably shout out, all right, all of you, go on. Nothing to look at here.
After having been pushed back, Gale would attempt to kind of just make herself part of the onlooking crowd, but then make sure to be looking at the mouths of the ones that she can't hear well to try and see what they're saying. Because of observant.
You would see
And then
that.
after getting something, she'll dip.
You would see that, at least from the crowd, before they're all kind of being shooed out. Many of the people beginning to turn and leave, the half-orc maybe moving back over to the other two. You would see a human girl sort of speaking to the half-orc, and with your observant feet, you could you could see her say, "Contact the dean. She needs to know." You would see what looks like maybe a half-elf. They have their hood up. They looked kind of masculine, though they have a very meek build. You could probably just barely see their mouth as they say, "Right, I will head out and go get her right now. You two, I guess, lock down the area." The half-orc, "Shut up, go get her!" Like pushing the half-elf like sort of a couple steps away as he begins to move out. The half-orc turns back around, starts shooing off more of the people. Go on, get nothing to look at here." All the students beginning to disperse.
Yeah, as the students disperse, I'll use that to make my way out and just grab the stone out of my pocket. Guys, they're going to tell the dean right now and lock this place down. That was not good. Where are you?
We made it outside.
I'm making my way out to the front, just trying not to bump into people. Being invisible is a bit of a pain in the ass. Oh, gods.
But, yeah. Well, our complete surprise is ruined. But I think we had to try to heal. I guess somebody wants to go back there. Well, we're not going to do that. So anyway.
Well, at least none of us got caught, so that's
I'm on my way out.
good. Where are you, Kellen? Okay. Got worried. You were a little quiet for a second.
Yeah, and
Oh, did you guys ever find Ziglag?
told us all that information about the
sure.
rituals and yeah.
Oh, right,
9 people.
I knew that. So, like, should we have him watch this place and tell us, like, if they clear out?
There's gonna be a huge increase on security now.
Yeah, it sounds like they're wanting to lock this place down before the ritual
So
now.
I don't know if having
sounds
him
like
go invisible
I saw
is
them
gonna
talking.
help us at this point. I don't know if people are gonna be looking for like having like detect magic up and stuff. So I don't know.
Oh, that thunder was loud.
Loud.
Oh, I heard that.
Yeah, that's something that does.
Fuck.
I mean, it probably wouldn't be the worst idea to have Ziglag as a bird around for watch to see if there's any decrease at any point. But it sounds like, yeah, they're just gonna increase security
I mean,
now.
it's group consensus. I want to know what everybody thinks. This is just what my opinion is. I mean, also Ziglag, what are you comfortable with? Like, I don't want you to get like hurt.
Well, somebody did detect magic? Would Ziglag like light up, or is he just like an actual fiend that's just like bound to him?
Well,
I
I
think
mean,
if
you would see his aura, like bare minimum, you would assume.
So if he's
If he
hanging
was
out as like a
invisible-
bird, someone would just be like, "Oh,
Definitely pick up on some illusion magic around a bird.
that might be right." I'm also worried that they'll just be looking for everything now. Might be a bit of a risk. I don't know how they could use the brand of bond between them to track us at all, but
Yeah, I guess it's better safe than sorry.
What time is it? Is it too early for lunch?
It's probably around brunch time at this point, I would imagine. Maybe more like a 10 o'clock, 9 o'clock sort of vibe.
Well, if Quent is still in class and Brett doesn't have any suggestions currently.
I don't have for the Strixhaven map. If we went to Witherbloom, is that like the opposite side of like the mountain area?
Yeah, that's like so.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, because we came in Lorehold.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and we're in the bibliotech. And we can like skirt the edge, right? It's just a pain in the ass. Like it's just open no man land.
Yeah. You don't have to walk
Cut
along
through
the
the city.
bridges. Yeah, it'll probably add to travel time, a little pain in the ass, but it's doable. You've seen some students partake it, some students prefer it.
Well, and
Okay.
we did that when we were navigating campus, like before we fled in the night.
mm-hmm.
We could go to Witherbloom and check out those cabins in the swamp. They seem to be doing research and stuff out there before. We could see if maybe they started using it again.
How long does it take to get there? Like, starting from the edge, wasn't it at least like 3 hours?
Like corner to corner sort of thing.
Yeah.
Like, what do you mean,
Like, wasn't
Pardon?
it a trek to get out there?
Oh, all the way out to like where those were.
Oh,
I
the
mean, it
swamps.
was a little bit. Yeah, you had to kind of march through about like an hour and a half or so.
Oh, okay. Well, that's enough time for a quick trip.
Unless there's anything anybody else wants to do. It's just the only place I could think of that's not near a bunch of lavender chaos kids.
Presumably.
Honestly, right now probably wouldn't be the worst idea to try and meet up with Quint while they're distracted with the distraction that we unintentionally caused in the biblioplex.
Well, I mean, I think he's in class right now. He'd come out, but like, we were hoping to like he'd play his day low key, and then he's like super available tomorrow.
You want to try checking with him? I don't know.
Yeah. Brett would like do a tentative little like, "Psst. Babe, are you in class, babe?"
Hey, yeah, you don't have to whisper. Remember, we got good about not. But yeah, I'm in class. What's up?
Oh, okay. Nothing. I might get back to you, but also I was checking that you're fine. Or free.
I mean, yeah, I got like 2 hours maybe, and then I'm like completely free basically. I mean, I have like a class at 4, but again, like I said last night, I can skip it. I'm totally good. I mean, maybe I'll have a tummy ache or something. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, I'll let you know if you have a tummy ache. Yeah, he's in class right now, but he can come out if we need him to. Like, you think we should head to the swamp and like I should just ask Quint to come with us? Because he would. Like, that guy. We couldn't keep him back last time. You think he's... Of course he'll come out.
Well,
But do you think that's a good idea?
I just know, my thought process is with that just happened and them saying they're going to go get the dean, they're going to be distracted for a little bit. So we should at least use this time somehow, whether it's you meet up with Quint, maybe we go search somewhere else. I don't know.
I mean, heading to the swamp or whatever doesn't seem like the best use of, like, if they're going to be distracted. Like,
but the party.
What are they, like, watching a lot now that we would want to check out while they're busy here, you know?
I mean, someone could actually, like, break into the... Well, that's super
Dean
close.
Tullis's room. I was thinking
I
the same
mean,
thing.
The dean won't
Nice.
be there if we know she's gonna be here.
I was gonna say the room, but all right.
Wait. Which room?
I was gonna say the venue. People are obviously doing something in there. Investigate that, but I think that's pretty close to the bibliotheque.
You're talking about for the unification ceremony, right? I'm pretty sure it's like happening at the Snarl, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's at the Hall of Oracles where y'all just were.
Oh, it was like
Yeah,
they're
so-
there. Wow.
Yeah,
So
we can't really do that anymore.
No, I see. That's okay.
But if they're getting
Well,
Dean Tullis distracted, I don't know.
Well, it could be slightly suspicious if something just happened to the Snarl and then Quinn just leaves his class.
right.
And then is
So,
walking
like-
around with some brand new strangers.
Yeah.
Because
But
right now he has a good alibi.
yes,
Unless he
especially if
wants-
we're breaking into Dean Tullis's office. Just throwing that out there.
And have you been back on campus?
do we
for
wanna go
24
try and do that
hours?
then? Break into the office? Look, we gotta make use of this just unintended distraction.
Yeah, is there some kind of Lavender Night headquarter
Ooh,
or
I like
something?
trying to find this
Oh,
Lavender
that could
Night
be good.
Otherwise, I
headquarters.
feel
You know
like
who might be
Tulsa's
there?
place is our best bet.
Murder.
L.
Santa Claus.
I would say based on your like past talkings with Quint, and again, you guys would have had time to ask a lot of questions. I mean, you would know that the Lavender Knights, they're of course headed by Dean Tullis, and they operate out of the Lorehold Dean's Wing, which is located on the Lorehold campus, and it's basically a building that you guys, if you would have entered from the opposite side of sort of that canyon, you would have essentially had to like walk past the Dean's Wing.
So,
you
either
guys
way-
know
I
where
didn't
her
realize-
office is at.
Yeah,
I didn't
either
realize
way,
we were
we're
choosing
headed
to stay
back
so
to
close
Lorehold.
to her fucking place. I didn't even think about that.
It makes sense, but it's like, yeah, once you say it, it's like, okay. So I guess either way, we're headed back to Lorehold, whether it's Tullis's office or the Lavender Knights.
Man. So I feel like this isn't going to go well, but I'm with it.
Oh, none of this is gonna go well.
We're in disguise. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, you guys are totally in disguise. You're fine. You guys rolled a bunch of 20s.
No one can recognize
Yeah,
us.
no,
It's not a spell that can fail. This is physical clothing here.
I don't feel very good.
So we're heading back to the Lorehold campus, bare minimum.
Yeah, we're at least headed back that way right now, I feel. But what are we deciding, group? Tullis or the Lavender Knights?
Well, they operate out of the same building. Could be a two birds, one stone, but
Yeah, we could split.
That's fair. Uh,
And then I also can still cast invisibility if we need it. Because Aelidy's out of spell slots, right?
yes, Aelity is all out of spell slots. So if you take a
Oh,
short
damn.
rest, she gets hers back.
She'll wait in the
Yeah,
bar.
yeah.
How long does the short rest have to be? Is it 2 hours?
It's an hour.
Oh, that's not bad.
Maybe Aelidy, once we get back to Lorehold, finds a little place to take a short rest while we deal with this, or do we want her with us?
Well, who would benefit? Like, does anybody get nothing from a short rest?
I don't get anything from a short rest.
Because I would also get my 2 warlock spells back, which would be nice. So, well, we could short rest, which would give time for the dean to actually make their way to the library, and then maybe while we're short resting, 2 people can or whoever can scope out case the joint.
I just have a feeling they're not gonna stay there for more than an hour.
That's fair.
I feel like especially if we're breaking into her office, we need to do this now.
Fuck it. Aelity can be. Look
'Cause
out.
she's probably already like teleporting to the biblioplex. She's probably not walking that way.
Yeah, but they
Yeah,
gotta
personally,
wait.
I don't think we have time.
Well, somebody has to run to go get her. So let's just start to lore hold that.
All right.
Let's leave. Although we won't know when she gets the fucking library. Is she portals? Or they? Is it a dude? Who's in charge now?
I'm pretty sure Tullis is a she, but I like to
remember.
use they just in case.
Fair.
The student said she.
Mm-hmm.
I was a little confused for a second because I couldn't remember that dude that tried to drown us in the.
That's Tide Maul.
Oh, okay.
And I'm pretty sure he's just a professor.
That was it. He took over. There's my confusion. I'm back. I'm with it.
We're here.
Let's go burn down the capital of Lorehold.
No, stop with the arson.
Honestly, Kellen just made some good points. We were talking earlier.
Well, I mean, if we are going to burn anything down, Tullis's office wouldn't be the worst thing, but we're not burning the snarl.
Love it. So good to see you guys beginning to make your way from the central campus, heading over to that bridge, a little carriage station. Are we walking it? Or are we waiting for the carriage? Looks like it's got about 5-ish minutes or so till it arrives.
It would be faster in that case, right? If it arrives that
Only
soon.
by like 5 minutes. I don't think it'd be that much.
Basically, it'd be a little bit faster. I just didn't know if you guys wanted to risk being with people. No one at the station quite yet, but you never know.
I vote we take the carriage. I don't know. It's not that big a deal to me.
Mm-hmm.
I vote we
Yeah.
walk still. That's my vote.
Let's do the carriage.
I also like walking. I mean, we could temporarily split. I don't know if we get there roughly the same time, but it would look less weird if 2 people were walking extremely fast. Then
Another
5.
thought I had was flying. It only lasts for 10 minutes, but movement speed is 60. That might be enough to get you there.
I think we should save our slots.
Sounds
So we
like-
got Brett and Gail in the carriage, and then y'all walk, and we'll just see, like, maybe we'll get to overhear something interesting. I don't know.
Oh, we can just meet at the, like, it's too big of a disparity.
Which group is Aelity going with?
She'll be with the walking group.
Okay.
But we would see 2 of our students head off to the carriage station for a quick wait. Seeing the other 3 in a very loose grouping begin to make their way across the bridge. Again, that sort of close to midday sun should be getting close to. Still just so heavily obscured by the dark cloud coverage overhead. Thick rolling clouds, not too much wind. Very slight chill, but not cold enough to say you're cold. That's where we'll take a break right now. Take a little
420.
old bathroom
Oh, man.
bevies and bits.
It's only 12:20. I have to wait 2 hours.
Oh man.
I was not expecting a flash like that. I mean, I didn't think it was gonna work, but
Ooh. That's like the opposite of what you guys have been told to try to do to these corruptions.
That's why we did it.
It was worth a shot. I mean, you guys had no
That's
idea.
everything.
I think it was definitely worth a shot. You guys got out free, so all said and done, it was a learning lesson.
Should have
Just
just
got
got
some
those
info.
3 lavender guards.
I'm just glad it was a group decision.
We could have took their armor. That we would be the captains.
I was like, I'm not gonna do this unless everybody's okay with it. I also did have a thought. It felt kind of cheap though, but I'm curious if I could have magical guidance that. I wasn't going to.
Magical guidance, what?
The dispel magic.
No, it would not have worked.
Yeah. Okay.
Not for what you were trying to dispel, anyways.
Yeah. Yeah. I kind of had that feeling. I was like, I'm not even gonna bring this up right now, but I'll double check later.
But again, it's a good thing you didn't roll super low. I'll let you know. There was a chance if you rolled low enough, it would have bounced back at you, and who knows how that would have gone.
Oh no!
Oh man.
Oh no!
Oh my
I
god.
almost jumped off a cliff, guys. I almost pulled a
you did
jump off the
great.
cliff in Goldfish.
You guys learned though, so you guys got some good info.
Man. And that meeting with Exus Nar, that was fucking so freaky listening to that. Like imagining him like this presence prowling outside the walls. Like
Yeah, as soon as you
Just
were
like-
like, you feel a presence pacing, I was like, please, no, it's not. And then you're like, Exus Nar. I was like, oh my god, no!
I don't know how to describe it, but it made that like big room that I was imagining, like this spacious, almost like heavenly area. It's like white stone, and then it's like, oh, now it's flickering with like some purple. And I'm like, oh, okay. And it was almost like whatever. That's not worth saying. But then you said that that Exus Nar was like outside the walls, and he was like, who's in there? And I'm just imagining like a lion like pawing at a mouse that's like under a cup.
That's 100% the vibe I was hoping to push, was that it's like bad guy at the door knocking, like, come on, let me in, man. What are you gonna just let me in? I only got like a
My
gun or
mom's in the
two.
shower. You have to come
Just let
back.
me in. It's fine, man. It's not even like a big deal. Me and your mom are chill.
And suddenly this like huge spacious area felt so small and like
Mm-hmm.
insufficient.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man.
Very much Prowling Lion meets Ursula trying to get Ariel's voice.
Dude, and when he was like, oh, your magic feels so addicting, I was like, get out of there! Go! Run
I don't think it
away!
quite came through a couple times because of like Mike trying to silence noise, but like I heard you like doing that like sniffing noise, and I was like, no, stop.
Oh yeah, yeah. Ugh. Which means I loved it. I loved him. And that was wow. Oh my god. Does that mean that was our first interaction with the big bad?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Scary.
It was Marius. Good old Marius.
Just keep running into evil deity type people.
Well, you have the unfortunate honor of being honorary main character of this campaign, I think. It's just like how the cards played.
The Amorphous Council is the main character. Thank you.
The Amorphous Council.
They control all movements.
Symbol is the all-seeing eye on top of a pyramid. You know the one.
The sponsors of today's episode.
The Freemasons.
Visine. For the all-seeing eye.
I was gonna say the Chaos Weave.
Petty Croakers.
Brought to you by Betty Croakers. Come try the new astonishing Wonder Bar.
Now
Great,
with
it's
200% more crickets.
The flavor craze that's sweeping the spheres.
As always, Betty Croker promises they source all of their crickets ethically.
Betty Croker, a name you can trust.
A family business.
We're everyone's family.
Your nephew that always steals cash out of your purse.
Part of the business. Boom, bam,
Family.
equal parts.
Just picturing at the end of the commercial. Someone walks up, money please.
All right. Are we all back? Everyone comfy cozy?
Restart my playlist.
I haven't had music this whole time. Just taking the voice raw today.
Monster.
It's easy to do.
Put it right in my ear. I didn't even notice till you said something. A lot of things have happened, okay? I failed.
Oh, would you want any like cure wounds or anything?
Oh, that's right. I forgot I got fucked up. Let me get my. Yeah, I'll take them.
Okay. How much you need?
Damn.
I'm down 22. But we don't have to get all of it. And people didn't mean to me this.
I'll give you a 4th level. Nice and simple. Oops. That's not what I meant to do. There you go, 19. Keep that 1 damage as a reminder what you've done.
Okay, thanks, Brett.
I think Brett hates me.
He doesn't want me at my 100%. He's planning something.
Jealous.
All right. So getting back to it.
Exus Nard chose me.
I am his descended one. I have been chosen. Getting back into the game, seeing part of our group wait for the carriage, ride it across the bridge to Lorehold, the others walking across the bridge in a very loose grouping. Carriage arriving just a couple minutes first. No one would be on the carriage with the two of you riding there. There would be a couple of students sort of at the Lorehold station. You would sort of hop off as they would get on, heading over to the sort of Lorehold Dean's building, being the sort of like, I believe it's the second floor of the Archaeo Memorial Hall, which is just kind of like a smaller offshoot, sort of dome-topped building. It's the only floor above the ground floor. But all of you sort of making your way over there, sort of meeting up outside the space. I did find this very fun art handout that I never showed y'all, but there's
Ooh.
Lorehold.
Ooh.
That's really cool with the blue lights.
So pretty.
Oh, if you make it big, it's like kind of like transparent. So the top kind of fades out.
That is pretty cool.
Mm.
So the Archaeo Memorial Hall is sort of this squat building right over here. Again, it only has 2 floors. The ground floor kind of having very high ceilings. It's very much like an open, almost like study hall type section. There are a few offices on the ground floor. Probably having enough intel that the second floor, it's just basically up a flight of stairs and through 2 doors, is where some of the other Lorehold professors have offices. It's sort of almost like a record room as well. You guys have probably come to hear. As you all begin to approach the building, you can see that sort of in that ground floor, there is about 6 to 7, but the best way I can describe it, looking off-duty Lavender Knights sort of milling about that bottom and like interior section. As you all begin to approach and take in the space, what are we thinking? What's our method here? Getting up to that top floor is super easy. No one would stop you. There's no security or anything down here that would bar you. It's fairly normal for students to go in and out of the Lorehold Dean's sort of wing, their offices. So yeah, what would you guys like to do in this moment? Again, you could be inside the Archaeo Memorial Hall. You guys could be a couple, feet off, maybe like looking at it from off behind another building or structure. It's kind of however you guys want to like go about this thing.
I assume we're doing the same thing as we have been, which is like traveling as an inconspicuous gaggle as opposed to like a whole group.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, who would lead and... That was the end of my sentence. I don't know.
Who's
He is,
Kellen's part rogue, right?
he
Or am I
does
making that up?
not.
Do you have thieves' tools?
He has never picked any up.
The fart
He has
are
a
you
dis-
doing?
He has a disguise kit and a poisoner's kit.
Pardon my language. God damn.
Well, fuck, do you have any thieves' tools? Because I know you
Killing
can
me.
use
I just
yours.
aged 5 years. I'm not a rogue. Don't turn this on me. Trying to set you up for the fall guy. Okay.
Are
Well,
thieves'
we-
tools something you can get from, like, the student store?
Well, I want to post up somewhere and use
Keep
detect
what?
magic on the outside. And yeah, probably
Mm.
keep one. But I just want to see if there's any like protective runes on the windows or anything.
Mm-hmm.
And then yeah, I'll think about what kind of bits I have.
Fair enough. Getting detect magic up.
Smells
Giving it a
good.
once over. There are some very basic sort of like defense runes on the building. Especially on the exterior here, you're sort of picking up on some like bolstering defensive magic. not picking up on anything chaos magic. Any of the windows you go to, they're definitely magically enhanced. Checking through sort of ground floor again, staying on the outside, not picking up any chaos magic until you maybe walk by one of the entrances here. Maybe one of these lavender knights, they're sort of off duty, lounging about the interior. As they sort of pop into your 30-foot range, you would maybe see what some of your friends have been mentioning, that sort of spidering out chaos magic that's sort of splintered into their magic aura. But nothing else out of the ordinary. For Kellen, probably hearing talk about the thieves' tools over the stone,
Oh, sweet.
Ailey would probably walk
Ailey.
by and sort of like bump into you and just like hand off her thieves' tools.
My.
And you would hear in the message, "Hey, yeah, anytime. Those are
I definitely will.
fins, by the way. So take good care of them."
Rolls in that one, they snap.
Oh no.
What do I set up the modifier with this for?
Okay. Well,
Your dexterity.
all right. Well, I'll maybe just kind of stay on this side of the building. Maybe Aility could go on, like, the opposite side, like caddy corner, and we'll keep lookout, and maybe like one tries to get into the office, another one's upstairs, the other one's downstairs, just in case. Looking for whatever they can find.
In the building?
Yeah. Is it a pretty good sized building?
It's pretty good size.
It's a library, but it's not like a house.
Yeah, let me see. I can get us like a loose. It's about 140 feet wide on sort of its longest, sort of like squat side. And sort of like the main entrance, it's about like 100-foot depth. So it's kind of like an imperfect, almost like ovally looking building.
Well, who all
I
wants
think
to
I'm
break
supposed
in?
to be the one to do that. So I
Well, I don't want to leave, anybody out. Wanted to.
I mean, yeah, I could get like invisibility on you. I don't know how long it would stay, but I couldn't do detect magic while concentrating on that.
Oh yeah, you can't have both up.
Yeah,
I
would need
could detect magic. Go with them.
I mean, that would entail us taking a little bit of a break. I mean, I'm cool with that. Honestly, I'm kind of hungry, but
don't think
whatever
we
you guys
have
think.
a whole lot of time here, boys and girls.
All right, you're out of spells.
Okay, I got detect magic. I can do it for free. Gil, I don't know if
What?
there's anything else.
Yeah, why don't if you guys go detect magic wouldn't drop the invisibility, would it?
If the person casting it, or you mean if someone is like casting the spell, like while in
Yeah, like if I made them invisible and then they went off and then Aelody detect magic while
I think that
invisible with my spell.
I don't think that undoes
yeah,
the
should
invisibility.
be
I think
fine.
it's yeah.
I think it's like attacking.
Yeah, that's how we'll play it. It sounds fair. That's what we did for our healing spells.
Well,
Yeah, that's true. So if you guys want to go in invisible, I can do that for you both.
Definitely.
I have
not
detect
no to
magic.
invisibility.
And I have my spell slots. What if? So what if me and Helen go, I can just do detect magic on the door, and if it's good, just walk past it, and then Kellen can go for it, and then I can try and get into the Lavender Night area. I don't know if we need invisibility. I don't know if I do.
I could do all three of you. If you want. And then me and Brett can keep watch.
I don't know. It might be nice to have
Just in case of what?
Brett's heals, just in case. And his bardic inspirations.
We should.
A lot of things have
definitely
happened.
not
Plus,
draw
bardic
any
inspiration might help
attention
you
to
pick that
ourselves.
lock. I guess we can get it out here. Oh my god.
Right, so
Yeah.
we'll do all this invisible.
I could even do 4 of you if we really need to, but I can only do that once.
Well, we don't want anybody by themselves. Guess we could.
I'm just saying, well, whoever's going, I can make everyone invisible. So
So if the 3 of us go into the office and ninth area, invisible, then Gale and Elodie can keep watch, also invisible? Or just one of them invisible?
only one group can go invisible. Aelity needs a rest.
Yeah, well.
No,
I'll
I
have a
mean-
juice.
You said you could do 4 people.
Oh, I see. Like make Aelity invisible or something.
Yeah,
as
or
well.
one of you,
and then
but
she still stays with me.
Somewhere obvious. Yeah, and no one will see that you're keeping watch, like standing in the middle of the hall.
I mean, I hate to be this person, but what if all
Wait, why
4
am
of
I not
us are
invisible?
invisible and Kellen's the only one not invisible? Well, we went from you going solo to us wanting to wager how much support you have. So why wouldn't we all just be up there? Would you rather one of us be visible and act like the inconspicuous
I
student
thought I was the one that
going
had
to
to
the
go and
dean's
pick the
office?
lock. I thought Marius was coming with.
Yeah. Yeah, but my option was if we all went, but I'm just offering suggestions. I don't know.
I don't know if we want it to all be in the same building.
You mean room or build?
Building. Well, out of character, I'm just like, what if there's a bunch of protective wards and something goes wrong, and then like the house is just locked out, and it's just like we're just all 5 stuck in the house. That's my paranoid bird. Well, I don't know. Well, Cal's the only one that needs to be invisible because he's going to be picking the lock.
Yeah.
And that's a hard one to talk our way out of. How about I will be visible and Brett and Kellen can be invisible. That way we have like a healer, Brett, and also, a little inspiration for picking locks and searching. And I'll just kind of, meander about. Try to run some interference so nobody just directly runs into you. And, peruse. Maybe see if I can get anything out of those Lavender Nights. And then have Elodie and Gale, also go visible and explore if they want, or they can wander and separate as their own group, or stay outside. Unless Gale wants to take my spot as interference, and I can hang out with Elodie.
I guess out of character, which one of us has the higher deception or persuasion? Mine are both 7.
I have a 9 deception. That's
All of mine are 3.
But it might not be bad to have the person who can cast invisibility inside.
Yeah, just in case something happens, we need to re-up it.
Yeah, I mean, if we're not going out of our way to make sure not everyone is in the building, which was a very confusing sentence, sorry. But like, because we could have Elodie and Gale being casual on the first floor, and then you're being casual up on the floor where the dean's office is, as if you're like waiting for the dean. And then we're kind of spread out throughout the building without any of us being completely alone. So is keeping someone outside the building something we're trying to prioritize? Like, let's get that out of the way.
Yeah, because Elodie can do it. Elodie is super cool to wait outside.
Eldritch Blast.
She has no spell slots. She will be cantrips only if things are needed.
I guess that's true.
Yeah,
So
maybe we have Elodie as watch,
Watch where?
like outside.
So both of you outside. Yes?
For Gale?
I almost feel like all four of us should go in.
All right. We'll just leave Elodie outside, and then I will be visible, and then you can be invisible or visible. It's up to you. But we need those two invisible, and we'll send those two into the office, and then we can just be upstairs, downstairs, or try and get
Quick,
into like the
let's
lavender student area.
Who has good perceptions and investigations?
If it's
Those
open.
should be the two people that should go into the office.
That's fair. That's fair, but yeah, I guess you have to be invisible.
Yeah, I have a 9
I only have a +3 to those.
investigation, but a 0 to my
Same.
perception.
I have a 6 perception and
So my vote would be Marius and Kellen
right.
go in because
We're
they
investigating
might be
the
able to glean the most insight from the office. If we're breaking it.
okay.
And you can guidance him.
Yeah.
And then I'll keep watch
and
in the hall
distraction,
with
diversion, because you have a pretty high
Gale? Is that
persuasion
what I mean?
and deception and all of that stuff too, right, Brett?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he does. So do you want him to try to like talk to the knights and stuff and maybe even get invited inside, like acting
Yeah, I'm
curious
fine with
about
that.
joining?
I love
Or
diversions.
more hands off than that?
I'm fine with that.
So Brett's visible, me, Kellen, Marius invisible.
Cool.
Sounds like that's what we've settled on.
That's fine. It's literally up to whether or not you want to be invisible.
Good.
Are we gonna make
She's just watching outside.
Yeah,
Elodie
I more
invisible
want.
as well?
Good.
But
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like she can be inconspicuous, visible. I think that's fine.
Sure. I wasn't doubting.
And then if she really needs to, she can like run around a corner and then change into another figure.
That's true. She does have that kind of maneuverability.
Yeah,
Okay.
but
Suddenly,
if Gale's going inside, she definitely wants to be invisible as just like a backup in case something happens and needs to recast kind of thing.
so I assume these are logistics we figured out during our travel over
That makes
Sending
sense.
Stone.
Yeah.
So,
and probably
like-
after checking the place out, obviously you guys kind of conclude the plan.
Okay. Yeah. So then is Brett just
It-
walking forward and walking in as if he's alone and you guys are invisible from out here?
Yeah.
So what's happening? So he's the one who opens the door for
Yeah,
weirdly
well-
long amount of time that he passes off?
Yeah. Yeah,
You gotta open the door and then look back as if somebody's called your name and just like look. What?
And then since only 3 of us are being invisible, I can do that 3 times. And if I really need to, I can like use sorcery points to gain back a 5th level if we need to make like 4 invisible. So I can actually do that twice, but I only have 1 spell slot currently.
That's fair. Prepping up Kellen, Marius, Gale. Whoom. You make them all go invisible with your magic, Gale.
Take off that 4th level spell slot. We're invisible for an hour.
And Aelity sort of takes her spot outside the building, not heading into that sort of bottom floor interior. Brett making her way to one of the many entrances around the ground floor, holding open the heavy metal door. Kind of give that prolonged entrance, maybe just loosely hearing your comrades enter, like right in front of you. So with Brett, would he be aiming to head upstairs with them, or is he trying to stay downstairs? Because again, you would see 1 or 2 Lavender Knights sort of milling about this general area. Like this is this like entryway. You would see the stairs that lead all the way up to that 2nd floor, where the Dean's wing is. Are you heading up there, or would you be hanging around the bottom floor?
I mean, I did imagine that we were heading straight there.
Okay, just
But-
making sure.
Yeah, does the group think that we would have discussed anything else? Because I assume we're kind of
Yeah, I
prioritizing
think
the fact
that's-
that we're banking on them being gone and we're in a time crunch.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I assume unless you got stopped or something, we'd try and just
Right.
head straight there.
Nah,
Yeah.
I mean, all the Lavender Knights here, and even the maybe 1 or 2 other students you may spy. No one gives you a second glance. They may look curiously as someone enters, but no lingering sight as you make your way up the stairs to that sort of 2nd floor. Heading up to these 2 double stone doors. You would push open the door, probably hearing your stealthed comrades move in with you, where you all would find yourself in a fairly basic looking hallway. There would be some art pieces lining the walls on your left and right. You would see that this particular hallway is about maybe 50 feet long, seeing 1 door at the opposite end of this hallway. And on the left and right side, there are sets of double doors, kind of equally set into the room itself. Immediately upon entering, there's doors to your left and right. They would be labeled professor offices. As you guys would sort of step a little bit further into this space, this hallway where no one else is in, just you and these sort of moving pictures that line the wall. You would see on the left set of double doors, there wouldn't be any particular markings, just records room and continued offices. On the right set of doors, it would say records room, continued offices, Lavender Knights meetup. You would even hear from that right side, we hear some voices, some chattering from some people on the interior here. Well, looking about, you all would be completely alone in this fairly basic looking hallway. We'll go ahead and move our map.
Having a map is scary. How did you know we were going to come here?
What can I say? Based on your intel, you would know that straight ahead, through this unlabeled door, is supposedly where the dean's office should be. You're not sure exactly what's past it or what you'll find, but
anybody gonna check
that's the
to see
locale
if
to
the
go.
door is warded, or am I just doing this?
I might detect magic up. I will take a look at the door.
pushing up that detect magic. Maybe walking by some of the doors. Besides some of the basic durability enchantments, both of the double sets on your left and right side, those both seem fine. Heading up to this sort of front door at the end of the hallway, this being the sort of single door you guys saw upon entry. It would have a very small placard, and it would just read offices. As you sort of approach, your detect magic sort of fully coming over it, and you're not getting any particular magic from it besides the basic, durabilities and physical enhancements that are usually given. A check of the handle would appear to be locked.
Okie dokie.
It's locked, but
So,
it seems
he
clear,
kinda,
Kellen. You should
Nobody
be
can
good.
see this, but he cracks his neck and stuff, and he cracks his fingers, hunkers down and starts looking at the locks. And he pulls out Phineas's thieves tools, and he starts going to work.
Give me a thieves' tools check.
24.
I'm just gonna
24.
move to the wall. Roll.
It would maybe take you just a minute, but you would hear that familiar click as the door would
Man.
unlock. How would you guys like to proceed?
You said these were doors, right?
Yes, on the left and right side.
Man, do you think
Okay, I'm just gonna
Phineas had these
skirt past the
enchantments or
door real
something?
quick.
'Cause, that was
Make
my
sure I'm
first
not
time
standing in the
doing
way
this,
of
and
it.
that just pop right open.
Mm.
Good job, dude.
Well, so, do you want me to go in? How are
Brett's
we doing
keeping an
this,
eye out.
Marius? Let's,
This can be- I step off to the side, and I'll use. Wait, never mind. I think that's another concentration. Wait. Be a quick burn of detect magic.
But useful. You found out this door isn't trapped.
Search for
Oh, I
traps,
see.
search
You
for-
did see invisibility, so you could see us. Okay. Or was that a mistake?
No, that's
Sure.
on purpose. He wants to be able to see you guys.
I just want to make sure that you didn't accidentally click
Smart.
it.
Oh, that's right. Sorry.
No, it was on purpose.
It's not concentration. I'll use Mage Hand to open the door.
Ooh, easy enough. Easy enough.
And then,
Casting
like,
that
it's-
from Mage Hand.
As soon as it's open, I'll dissipate it. So there's not just a Mage Hand.
A hand lingering.
Yeah.
Smart. As it grabs the handle and gently opens it ever so softly. It would make a very quiet creaking noise. And Kellen being the sort of closest, looking in as the door opens inward. You can see what looks like an empty, almost like receptionist desk. You would see there would be more doors. There would be one on the left, right, one straight up, back left, back right. There's
God damn
a
it.
couple different options in here. And you're sort of taking the space in. Give me a perception check.
Oh no.
Ooh.
Are you farting kidding me, Killer?
You look
I mean,
around
everything
and
looks good to me.
the coast is clear.
Uh,
You're not seeing anyone in sight in the room as you begin to move in.
yeah,
Just a
everything looks good to
receptionist
me.
sitting in front
I'm
of
gonna
you.
move in. Mary, is she coming?
It's a ghost.
Alright.
He'll move off to the left.
Yeah, let's just kind of
Okay.
trickle in slowly.
okay.
Make sure we... Alright, I'll get to the right. I adjusted. Brett, maybe walk up to the desk like you're waiting for somebody for just a moment, and I'll check the doors.
You said have Brett do that?
Yeah, just stand in front of the desk. That way it looks like you're waiting for somebody just in case someone comes in, and then I will check
But if,
doors real fast. But
but if the door was locked, wouldn't it be a little weird that Brett's waiting inside?
I'll
Yeah.
just say it
he would
was
just be like,
unlocked.
hey, this is just open. I'm here for an appointment.
You can
Gaslight
stand
him.
in the doorway.
I
Or you can
vote
wait
that
outside, I
we
guess.
just close the door and lock it behind
Just
us.
a thought.
It's
I forget we're all invisible, so you can be at the other end of the hall while we.
I vote.
The bear would be locked in here.
Do you want me inside
Leave the key
or?
with
We're
me.
locking it
Oh
from
wait,
the
we don't have a key.
inside.
Yeah, do you want me inside or standing
assume that you
outside,
just
helping
keep watch outside,
keep watch?
outside the door?
Can we keep watch?
Okay.
I don't know, because I'm just also. We could have like 10 more doors and hallways till we find what we're after.
Yeah,
Depends on how much more. All right. Yeah, you two stay there. I'll just look. Check at the doors. Give me a name. I'm looking for glyphs. Does that mean you're secret?
So walking around, your detect magic isn't going off anything too strange or odd. Giving a very brief check to the doors, though not opening any, you would find that all of the doors would be locked. Though this door, on your immediate left and right, they are both locked, but the lock is inward. Like you can unlock the door as if it's meant to stop people from coming in from the opposite side. This door is unlocked, but these two are definitely locked. So straight north is locked, to the right is locked. Immediate left and right, you can unlock them, but then top left is unlocked.
All right. These two doors on our right and left, they're locked from the inside, so I'm pretty sure that's not what we want. Kellen, the one in front and to my right are locked if you want to go over there.
check behind the
And
door
I will
first
check this
and
open.
let me know what you
Unlocked
find.
door. Yeah, let's do that.
Ah,
Switch sides. And then I'll use Mage Hand again.
Give me a stealth check with advantage, Marius.
Uh-oh. I mean, I'll take it.
16. Oh, the DC was a 16.
Oh,
As Marius, using your mage hand, you lightly open up the unlocked door. And as you sort of open it and just ever so faintly peek in through the very faint crack you created, you can see what looks like a Lorehold professor sitting at their desk, milling through a fine stack of paperwork. They are engrossed in their work, looking a little stressed out. Just off a quick glance, it looks like they're maybe grading papers. It's hard to get an exact read with this very narrow line of sight that you have, but you very lightly probably shut the door with your mage hand.
okay, so now
All
two
right.
doors to
So
one.
there is a professor in one of these offices. Let's,
Cool.
nope. So we just all need to be very quiet and cautious.
Moving on to unlock this door I'm in front of.
Unlock that door.
You move over to this sort of center door. Sort of
And
kneel
give
down,
me any
thieves' tools in
guidance or anything
hand.
there, Mare?
Give me another thieves'
Nothing?
tools check. Best of luck,
As,
bud.
Oh, God damn it. He will never let it go.
I
Never
wish
let
my
it go.
shoulder's a little sore.
Get mind controlled once, and you shoot him in the shoulder.
Yeah,
And
he rolled a
never
23.
never give it up.
Look, I'm just coincidence, okay? I'm just coincidence.
As you sort of like move the keys about on the inside, as you jam the teeth up, feeling them press in, turning for a very quiet click.
Well,
The door
Marius,
before you would unlock.
If you want to check what's behind door number 2, and I will get ready to open door number 3.
Yes. Alright. Watch, rinse, repeat. Mage hand. Quick.
Mage hand as you very faintly open up the door. You immediately see what looks like a small Dean's records room. The door is unlabeled. All the doors that you could go into in here, they're all unlabeled.
Janky ass. No label.
And you would see there would be ancient books and flanking scrolls sort of fill the racks lining the walls of this musty records room. You could see a large bookcase sort of stands almost central among the opposite wall of the door. But with your detect magic up, that center bookcase, it almost moves in shimmer as it lets off a very strong illusion magic and conjuration magic, a little bit of evocation and transmutation thrown in there. Roll me an Arcana check, Marius.
A 10.
A 10. Even with a 10, you know that this is an illusionary door. And at least with a 10, give me a perception check. The DC is not like high, but it is sizable.
10.
Another 10. It's an illusionary door. It shimmers with a couple layers of magic on top. But yeah. That's all you really take in from the room. It's pretty small. It is not very big. Yeah.
God dang. Ooh. Well, this room is a records room with a secret
Yeah, and I'll go
door.
check out the illusionary door.
Could be
after
promising.
I pop this.
Let's just confirm door number 3 first.
How'd that happen?
Yeah. Uh-oh. I did something with my token.
Oh no, they all went back. That was so weird. I don't know.
I didn't do it. You can't prove
Apologies. That
anything.
was so strange.
Pop.
$23 on the
Man, I
next
really
door.
missed out on my calling.
Easy
I'm like,
enough.
apparently, I should be a
As you
locksmith.
move the tools in place, unlocking the third door.
Damn. Alright, and we'll mage hand this one up.
Mage handing it open, giving it a glance in. You would see what looks like a empty sort of professor's office. You would maybe look about the interior, but with your detect magic still on, you get a strange glow from something underneath the desk in this office. Kind of elongated, as if like propped up, almost like it's resting in like a corner underneath the desk.
Alright, well, this one just looks like an empty office, but
Yeah, let me
Think
know.
there's something
Let me know what you find.
magical
I'm
under
gonna
this
go
desk?
take a closer look at this door.
I'm
that
just
you were
gonna
talking about.
take a look.
Yeah, I'm just gonna like look at it. I'm not gonna. I
Yeah,
don't have. Yeah, you know.
be careful.
Okay. I mean, I'll probably wait for you to pop open the door with your mage hand because
Yeah.
I don't know what's behind. these
Pop your head
things.
through or something.
I'll definitely take a look at the door.
That's fair.
As you sort of head over to behind this desk, Marius, and even giving it a quick glance, not needing to do much of any searching, because just kind of resting, like handle down, with the head of this mace sort of resting just in the center of this corner, and grabbing it, picking it up with your detect magic, it is giving off strong magical energies. And I'll say, at least with detect magic and a basic arcana, you find a mace of smiting.
Hell yeah.
It would have this sort of thick knot of metal for the head, this very bold red wrapping around the handle. It's clearly a lorehold instrument. It has the color scheme.
It's my hat. It's totally my hat.
No, I just want to take a look at
Kellen,
it, make sure
investigating
that,
our
like, he
door,
doesn't
anything in
notice any
particular that you're
weird,
doing?
like, magical glyphs on it that would allude to like it being trapped or being monitored or something like that. Kana,
You
please.
can give me
A 20.
do a perception or an arcana check. A 28.
Jeez.
Wow.
And you say you're not a caster.
As you're sort of looking to you, Kellen, it looks like just a bookcase. Marius, with your detect magic, you can almost see its illusionary form. But Kellen, as you look, just almost right above the bookcase, almost as if like carved into part of the ceiling, because this thing goes from floor to ceiling. You can see a very faint etching. You maybe think for a minute. And you, based on what you know, what you've heard, you believe that this illusionary door is under the effects of the alarm spell, which, if anyone were to enter, you would assume that the dean or maybe whoever owns this would be alerted to
Correct
anyone
me if I'm
coming in or
wrong,
out.
but this thing right here, what does that look like to you?
Yeah.
Is that like it's like an alarm, right?
Mm-hmm. Does my detect magic see it? No problem.
As you sort of like look at this thing, and once it's
Does it
pointed
look
out up towards the top, you can see this very faint outline of like arcane glyph right above it. It was easy to miss it, especially from outside, but now that you're sort of this close looking at it, yeah, it's definitely there. An alarm spell is active on this door.
That's concerning. Okay. Yeah, I can faintly see it. Whoever did this is pretty good.
Hell.
We could. I mean, yeah.
Hell.
you dispel some magic. Yeah.
I had muted my headset. I was like,
Even
why is
better.
it not going to? That's
Dude.
not a detect, or that's not a
We need you.
concentration. That shouldn't
yeah.
drop invisibility.
Yeah, we did. We did.
Wait, but you guys closed the door. Did you
we'll
lock
let
it
you in,
again?
but okay, but we need your
No,
help.
we didn't close this door. Did we close this door?
Yeah.
I'll open it.
What do you need? What's
Yeah, just door on the other side of the reception, behind the chair.
This one.
And the encounter should be in there, and there's something to dispel, and
Okay. Oh god, I'm so nervous.
Was all this over the open comms? I can give a bardic inspiration.
yeah, it's in the settings.
Yeah. Inspire me, Brett. Give me your power.
2 hands on your shoulders. You got this.
Okay. Takes a nice deep breath, and the first time in a while, you feel her air kind of push out as she breathes out. Okay. Go back.
Well, I mean, it looks like a bookcase,
So this
but
what was this again? This is a door, or
It's just yeah, it's a bookcase,
That's right.
but over the open comms, you've heard that it's like an illusionary bookcase, so it's not actually there. It's essentially a doorway.
okay? I'm gonna try and focus. Oh god. Before I do that, would I know if dispelling the alarm would still set off the alert?
It would not. It would not.
Okay.
But you essentially, because of like the help that you're having, like you're sort of like
Stop.
pointed like, hey, don't cast it at the door. You have to point right here, basically.
Yeah.
So it's-
Not
but
the
with,
illusion, the alarm.
yeah, but with that little bit of guidance and your own sort of knowledge, yeah, you don't think that it should alert the person, and you also should be clear of like dispelling the actual illusion of the door or the bookcase, I should say.
And of course, mechanically, gobbed. Would I know what level this spell is?
I would say at least since you guys like attended school, and it is kind of a very not literally basic, but it is kind of common, especially I'd imagine amongst like first years and like protecting their stuff in shared dorms.
Mm-hmm.
But it is a first level spell.
Okay. Does this look any more complicated than a first? I don't know if you can cast that at a higher level.
Giving it a once over, you don't think so. Especially using some of maybe Kellen's knowledge with his 28 Arcana, maybe even helping Marius with some of his more practical knowledge.
Okay.
I don't think so.
So I should be good to just cast this at 3rd level. I don't need subtle spell because we're in a closed off room. Okay. Cross your fingers, everybody. Dispel magic. She draws up a circle and then like slowly kind of like pushes it with the wand in her hand like towards specifically the alarm.
And you feel the magic ever so faintly just shunt out, not having too much of a distance to close since you're pointing out with the wand. The spell landing, you would see a little bit of like this almost like arcane wind. Mary is probably getting the like best view of this with your like sort of detect magic on and glancing over. It would sort of swirl around the rune before that sort of very faint etching would begin to dissolve and peel off as if wind is brushing away leaves. And after a split second, once the rune fades, everything is fine. Everything is still calm. The illusion of the bookcase still standing. Rune no longer visible.
Where'd it go?
Okay. She should be good.
I mean, yeah, you might as well at this point.
Think.
Like, you're already in here.
Should I? Do you want me to stay with you or?
Arius, lead the way.
Okay. Good luck out there, Brett.
Oh, me? Okay.
Scoot out of the way. Make sure Mary has room.
I'll do my mage hand and have it just go like a foot in front of me, and I'll just kind of take it a little step at a time. So I've see if there's another door, if we can just pass right through.
That's fair. It would be Marius first as you walk in.
Yes.
Gale's gonna pull up the rear.
So as you guys begin to step through the illusionary door, it's kind of similar to when you walk through like that outer barrier of Strixhaven. You can almost feel yourself pass through that magical static. Passing through, double checking yourself, still invisible, thank the gods. Praise Saloon.
Praise Saloon, thank God.
No one else.
As you all enter this fairly fine study, Brett with your see invisibility, probably looking like through down that hallway, maybe like seeing them begin to step in. I guess they shut the door, but you would have seen them walk in, shut the door behind them. But Marius being the first one to step through, you would enter this rectangle room. Bookcases and shelves lining the walls on your left and right. In the corners and sort of midway through the wall, there are these gnarly looking gargoyle statues that all sort of rest in position. Closest to you, there are 4 long tables filled with all manner of alchemical supplies, casting components, a few spell books, spell scrolls, tossed aside arcane focuses, all sort of littering these 4 tables. Now, the opposite side of this room would be a roaring fireplace. Right in front of the fireplace would be a table. But more concerning, you would see 4 figures in this room. You'd see a large Goliath sort of standing off to the side of the fireplace. Sitting at one of the nearby tables, there would look to be a dwarven woman, maybe even halfling, sitting and sort of brewing over whatever strange concoction she has in this small cauldron in front of her. Sitting at the table, you'd see a red-skinned tiefling woman, looking incredibly regal, as her horns sort of very long and arc-backed, almost touching her shoulders. But sitting on the other side of the table, it's a very familiar figure. As you can see, Agus Colazio, sitting at the table and entering in the midst of a conversation.
Oh my fucking god.
Of course he's fucking here.
Let me change our maps for you guys as you begin to step in.
Oh my
Dead.
god.
We're all
I'm
dead.
so scared.
Run for your life.
Ow.
I can't see anything.
Brett.
Get
I hate
clear.
this.
Just run for your life.
Here, I'll pull a token in, Brett. That way you can at least take it in.
Oh, okay.
Why did I let you guys let me come here?
When will you learn?
Entering in the midst of a conversation, you see Agus Colazzo sort of call out to the room. Look, I'm not sure what all of it is about. Tullus said she needed to go, so it's fine. We can continue plans and preparations for tonight. You can see the large Goliath look over. Yeah, okay, Agus, act like you're in charge. You know, we all love when you do that horse shit. The tiefling woman. Now, Kane, that is no way to talk to one of our esteemed colleagues, is it? The Goliath sort of like almost bashfully looking at the fire. No, ma'am. Excellent. Thank you very much, Kane. Lady Dakin, how are we going? And you would see that sort of halfling, maybe dwarf woman, maybe glance over at the table. It's going fine. Look, I'm working on the current brew. Look, keeping this stuff made for each of us is a bit taxing, okay? We can't keep doing this every night. Thankfully, we're so close. I'm not sure how much more we could take of this horse shit. You see that tiefling woman look over. Lady Dakin, that is no way to speak of our plan. We have been planning and prepping for this exact reason. All these years, all this toiling, we are so close. And please don't let Tullus hear you talking like that. You know, she hates it when we're not all comrades and confident. Agus looking over. Right. All right. Look, the least we can do is be civil. All right, Kane. And in this moment, this sort of conversation continuing, what would the three of you do?
Just over the comms,
None of you being able to
man.
see each other, probably just loosely like
Oh my
feeling
God,
where
are
each
you
other
guys
is.
hearing all of this?
I don't even know if Gail would be able to say anything. I think she would just like
And
blindly
then I
reach
think
out and like grab
Kellen would like, get
Kellen's
over,
arm, just give a
get over
squeeze,
the
just
sending
like,
stone
I'm
and
scared.
inform Brett of what's going on, about how like Agus is here and there are other people here and they were talking about this plan. Kind of inform him what's going on, what we're seeing in this hidden room. How much longer do we have on this, Gale?
Is
They
there?
said they're planning. You should listen.
I guess. It's probably been like what, 10 minutes?
Maybe like 15 at most. You guys have been pretty quick about the whole process.
We should be fine. Should be like quarter of the way through. I'm gonna try to just keep an eye on the, you said halfling looking lady.
Mm-hmm.
Try and figure out based off of if there's any like ingredients left on the table or whatnot, like what she's making.
Give me a maybe an Arcana or an investigation.
They're about the same for me, so let's go Arcana. They're both 3s. Yeah. 15?
Anything from Mr.
I would
Kellen
be
in this
doing
moment?
something
It's
very
all
similar to
kind of
Gale.
happening
Not
pretty fast
knowing
because
that
they're
she was
still like in the
doing that,
midst
though,
of just
but
like
because
chatting
of
it
all
up.
the time that he spent in like the labs and stuff, and just kind of like getting familiar with ingredients and whatnot, he would kind of take a look at what's on all of the tables and try to just get an assessment of what he thinks some of these ingredients are being used for.
So are you guys moving more?
No,
or are you, like,
he
are
would
we stepping
he would
out of the doorway,
just
basically?
be staying.
Gail would be standing
pretty
still.
much
She's
as
a
close
bit
to the door as
a
possible.
bit
He doesn't
frozen
wanna
right
move
now.
Too far in.
Okay.
Then, did you? Sorry, I don't know if I was.
Yeah,
muted
if
or
Kellen
not,
tries
Matt,
to
but did
move
you
away,
catch
she would let
anything of
go,
what I
but
said?
Gail is not moving.
Yeah. Okay.
About looking over at the tables?
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
I was just seeing if we were
Definitely
moving or
not
if anyone was
moving
doing
any
anything,
closer
because
unless,
that plays
he's
a
being
big part in
directly told
the
to.
investigations, since you guys are
This
Yeah,
sort
is
of like
all
at a
super
far.
fucking sketchy and super fucking freaky already. So.
I feel that.
Group consensus. I have a 9 in both. Which one should
Give me an
I do?
investigation or an Arcana check as well, Kellen.
Investigation.
I feel like for yours, flavor wise, it'd probably be more
Cool. 1, 2, 1.
investigation. But
Nice.
21.
Nice.
So as you're sort of hearing them continuing talking, you're sort of looking at some of these tables, maybe even with Gail's help, like maybe pointing out one or two things. You're looking at some of the stuff on these tables, and it's almost all like random, nonsensical at first. But even from this distance and sort of gauging on some of the supplies they have, and even what this lady Dakin is currently working on, they all seem to be different forms. Some currently in the middle of being made, some clearly have been expended or used up to their entirety. But they all seem to be different forms of empowering your magic. Some are potions, some spell scrolls. You can see some like magic items, some burnt out stones, all manner of items either in the midst of being used or have been used are all done. What would Marius be doing in this little moment as Gale and Kellen are investigating these tables, maybe like airing some of this info to you and Brett as well?
Oh, I still have Brett's inspiration. I forgot.
Being inspired.
I don't know. I don't want to. I want to stay in here, really. I guess you just stand still and listen.
Fair.
That's it. That's really it. I mean, honestly, I don't necessarily want to be here, but I don't think he would leave. Too enticing.
Mm-hmm.
Gale is definitely gonna be like extra mindful of time right now because I only have the inspiration for 10 minutes, and she wants to use that for if we need to make a stealth roll to get the fuck out of here.
Fair.
Shoot all our spells at him now.
You guys would have surprise, I'll give you that.
That's all we'd be given.
No.
Because we get our ass handed back to us.
Potentially.
And hearing them all sort of continue on with their talking, you would hear the tiefling woman sort of chime in again. Okay, all right, everyone, relax. We have tonight, tomorrow night, and then we just have to stay fresh for the ceremony. It's really not that much further to go. I mean, feels kind of exciting, right? Something we've been planning for this long finally happening. You would see Agus sort of grin for maybe the first time. Hey, fair enough. It's fair. Okay. All right. You're not wrong. This will be fairly straightforward. Good to keep this attitude on. Make everything much, much more simple. Kane probably looking over his large Goliath. Right. So on the morning of, we just have to show up there. I mean, it's the final process, but didn't Tolis say that she's got most of the heavy lifting? Agus sort of like waving a hand. We'll all need to be a part of it, Kane. We'll all need to be present. It'll be crucial. It's the final step, the final nail. Once we turn this fucking school upside down, shed enough blood, make enough chaos, these final moments will go by faster than fucking anything we've gone through over all these years, friends. That's sort of Lady Dakin, that halfling, maybe dwarf, sitting at that table, messing with a few potions. You would see her small cauldron would let up this almost dark purple plume of vapor. It would rise up like a mushroom cloud before being sucked back into the cauldron as she continues stirring. Agus probably looking over. Excellent. The next batch is already done. Now, does anyone have any final suggestions? Anything before we conclude the meeting? With Tiefling. Oh, you would like to conclude the meeting without Tolis. Excellent. Yes, I'm sure you'll go pass along word to Year3 and Riptide just ever so tidily. Agus raising his hands up. Fine. We can sit here and wait all fucking afternoon, for all I care. Not like any of us have shit to do at this campus, having to stay out of sight. Kane giving a bit of a nod. That may be the most annoying part, honestly. I actually really wanted to go to the Betty Croker's, but it's always closed by the time we can go out. It's fine. It's not a big deal. The tiefling. We can't risk too much exposure. Look, we've come this far. The least we can do is stay out of sight until the morning of. We'll make our presence known. And that will be that. Exodus will be back in our loving embrace once again, friends.
Drop on him.
Anything from our group?
Eldritch Blast.
Now?
Come on. If I had Fireball, I'd still do it. No, did this conversation feel like it's dying out? Right.
It's kind of beginning to like peter out to just like an awkward silence, as it sounds like they're basically waiting for Tullus to come back to adjourn whatever this small meeting is.
And I guess for the brew to be doled out. Or divvied
Well,
out.
She's got a few that she has to make. This is just the first batch. From
Uh,
this
She's a
small
busy
cauldron, you could guess, I mean, this may get a couple of small vials, but you can see she'd have a couple of like bigger, sort of like flat bottom, like rounded edge bottles that she's probably going to have to fill up at least a couple because none of them are currently filled.
That's true. I was imagining a bigger cauldron. Fuck. Okay. I think over the stone, of course. I really think we should get out of here. I do not feel comfortable.
Do you just want to do something rash?
Just save the game first. You guys can reload.
Let save scum it. Is there any possible like pages or recipe that is like, you know, like closer to over here, or like one of these tables that's kind of out of sight that we could maybe snatch?
Nothing that looks super easy. Everything would be a bit of a
All the-
gamble.
Yeah.
So it seems like everything that for the potion stuff is on this table.
For the current one she's working on, yeah, it's on this table. It's like sort of her current workstation. All these little supplies and ingredients around her little cauldron.
Oh man, I really want to like destroy.
Anybody's
Yeah,
seen the
it
number
is.
of those pirates? We should probably.
As much
keep
as
that
I
in mind,
want
have
to
them
do
turn back
something, I
around or come
don't
and
think
join
it's a
us for
smart
this.
idea as a player.
It's a bad idea. It's a little distraction.
Can you crash your ship into Lorehall for us?
Oh,
Just
so
a
we
little
get out of
distraction.
here. It seems like their conversation's starting to die
Just be cool,
down,
dude.
and I really don't want to be standing in
It'll
front
be
of this
fine.
door when Dean Tullis decides to wander on through, and then he gets hit with the door.
Well, I am keeping a
That's
lookout,
it.
you guys.
Yeah, I think we're hoping for an empty office. We know they're making some sort of potion. Yeah, I don't think I have anything.
I guess I would double check with Brett. Coastal clear out there?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Brett doing a once over. It's still pretty
Should
quiet.
we,
You can hear some chattering
check
coming
out the
from that
Living
same
Next
sort of
section, see if we
Lavender
should
Knight's
go
meat
murder
sort of
that
section, but
room first, and
nothing
then
else.
move on to this one.
I
Burn the whole place down.
Should we destroy everything in this
No.
room?
We still got some
Murder.
flasks of oil. We could totally just set everything on
We've
We've
fire.
already
Right.
drawn some kind of attention with the snarl. We
That's
can't
three
have
flasks
murder
of oil.
too.
Yeah, I bought them like
Two flasks of
way back in the beginning when we
You have 3 flasks of oil?
like way back in the beginning.
Does throwing... Wait, what ends invisibility?
I'll post it up.
Yeah, I think
It's a-
traditionally it's like use a spell, attack, or whatever, but we've been sort of
That spell
hand waving
ends.
the spell bit.
What about cantrips? Does that end it? Like my mage hand was kosher, right?
I mean, it's just cast a spell, so technically it would have counted, but been flavoring it
My
as
bad.
yeah, you guys can cast some spells, and it's Gucci.
As long as it's not like an attacking spell.
I mean, you never know. You could try. Who knows? You guys could light them up. Maybe you'll stay invisible. Maybe you'll just pop out in the open.
Pop out at your body.
Who knows?
Oh man, I'm like, oh.
I'm just saying, we can just walk back out through this bookcase and just light the bookcases on
'Cause,
fire.
I
And
mean-
just wander on out of here.
Oh god, that's not what I thought.
They would definitely know something's up.
They should be scared.
Also, they're probably powerful enough to put it out anyways.
Well, I'm just also worried about creating chaos because by our intention,
Mm-hmm.
hurting people into us. So yeah, let's just get out of here. This is more than we bargained for.
Let's just
We-
back out real slow, like
I don't
do
have
one
anything-
more check of the room we walked through, and then also the office, just to make sure that there's nothing. I kind of doubt, but you never know.
We're running away.
All right. You guys back out quietly, luckily not needing stealth rolls since you basically were still in the doorway.
Oh god.
All
I
of you
think-
begin to back out in
Get out
that
of my way.
small, musty room.
I think Gale would, and there maybe isn't much back here, but Gale would try and focus one last search on this little back room.
Yeah. No roll needed. It's full of old documents, papers,
Mhm.
like old tomes, maybe some records from what you're sort of picking up, but nothing that catches your eye.
Okay. Let's get the fuck out. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Wait, did you
Alright.
take the mace?
Yeah.
Finders keepers.
Okay. I mean, Gale doesn't even really know about it unless you're just openly holding it.
Oh, I would have said it. Sorry, I would have asked somebody. I can't use it, so I figured it was like a tonight conversation. We're out of the.
I just if we do take it, that's somewhat leaving evidence behind that someone was here.
They should be afraid. Or that somebody's clumsy and just misplacing their maces.
Are you going to try and reattempt
Can I not
locking
just
it,
lock
Kellen?
the door and then slowly come out. Not one of those locks. Haha, just
Or
kidding,
attempt
I'm
to
not.
relock it? Excuse me.
Not quite yet.
Yeah, I could
They haven't
definitely
invented
attempt
that
to relock
just
it.
yet. They're close. They're close, man.
Someone somewhere is working on it.
Should
Easy enough.
probably do
Stepping
them
back out. Are you relocking
all.
every door or just this door?
I mean, yeah, you've got to, since Gale did the search in that little back room, you got a little bit of time.
All right. Heading back up into that room. Give me our first tools or thieves' tools check.
Damn.
$27. First one, easy enough to turn lock. Moving over to the next door. As soon as you get to that door, you would immediately be distracted by a door opening up and a professor stepping out into the space. And they would begin to make their way over to this door, reach out. He would sort of mess with it, and he would unknowingly essentially lock it when he thought he was unlocking it, and then look curiously at it, unlock it,
Message Brett. Something's coming.
and step through the door. As he would step through, he would turn back, lock it with a key, turn back, looking down the hallway, probably seeing Brett. This professor would take a couple steps over, much like the character art. He had dark skin, shaved head. He'd have these fine black, red, and gold with sort of like white trimming. His beautiful robes. Looking curiously at you, just sort of meandering about in the hallway. Professor would sort of walk up. Oh, hello, young man. Did you need help with something? Need help finding your professor, dean, perhaps?
Oh no, I'm actually really early and I get nervous. So I like to just like hang out in the space beforehand so that like I can like calm down and like leave a good impression on my professor.
Give me a deception with advantage. DC not too terribly high.
You said deception.
Deception.
Disgrace. Also, I forgot it's not to deception that he's super awesome, but it's okay.
Hey.
Ooh, give
6
me one
is
more.
still good.
Oh right, you
have-
said advantage.
Yeah, since you're all disguised up, you have a very persuading disguise.
Oh my god, how do I lose track of it? There it is. Fate.
Okay.
The game said 16.
The professor sort of giving a bit of a nod. Oh, righto, young man. Well, if you perhaps need to calm down, talk to some nice folks. The Lavender Knights here, you can hear them having a fun time. I'm sure they would love to get to know you. But sadly, I am off. Though I do hope you have a pleasant meeting or interview or whatever it is you may be looking for. All right, I'm terribly late for my brunch. Please have a good day.
You too. Enjoy that brunch.
You would walk through the stone doors, hearing them shut. Kellen, you're able to get the lock on this one.
Boom.
Moving back over to that
Okay.
front door,
Yeah,
having
it's
to
like we
unlock
were
it to
never
step
there.
through and shut it. You could easily relock it.
Almost.
Missing mace and the broken.
Missing mace
Alarm.
and missing alarm.
No one will know.
Someone would just forget.
It's like the Death Note lead in the door.
Oh my
Trick.
god.
Looking that way.
You guys making your way out of the
Yeah, does anybody
Archeo
wanna just,
Memorial
like, poke
Hall.
their heads in there, maybe commit some arson, some murder.
Unless we're trying to check out the lavender thing.
Just start with the first one. See how it goes.
We're the
I am
good
kind of
guys.
curious. Yeah, I am kind of curious to take
Are
a
we-
look, but
Gil's invisible.
I'm also the least stealthy, and Gale definitely wants to just get the fuck out of here now.
I mean, you
She's
can keep a
nervous.
lookout out here, and then I can head down and like talk to them, and then you guys can follow invisible, and like look with your invisible eyes, like, and they won't
What do you
know.
say,
'cause, like
Marius?
I'll be distracting them. My like dorky character.
And break.
Plan. Let's do it. And break.
Oh god. Let's hope you guys wouldn't agree. That's fine.
All right.
Okay,
And
so
over
Gail,
those
you're hanging
doors.
out here. Oh,
Yeah,
oops.
Gale's gonna keep an invisible eye out.
Yay. Following in behind,
Yeah.
invisible style.
Anyone going in there with Brett as he opens the door, not locked?
Yeah, falling behind.
Animal style.
Oh god.
Opening up the double doors, you would see a small, almost like study, more like a records room or even like a small library. 2 tables, a couple of students, a large cogwork archivist sort of moving about some of the scrolls and tomes here on the books. You would see that all 3 of the students in here would all be featuring those beautiful dark purple robes, a little bit of glint coming off as if they have glitter on them. Clearly, you cut off some sort of conversation as they would sort of turn ahead curiously. On the table closest to you, there would be a half-elf woman sort of sitting alone, turning her head. Yeah. Can we help you?
Oh, hey. Yeah, sorry. I just ran into like a professor and he was like, you know who's really nice? The Lavender Knights. Like, you could even go hang out in there if you want. And I was like, well, I can't say I'm not curious. And like the whole time he's like babbling,
Yeah.
he's like leaning on the open door so that you guys can just move in and out easily. So he hasn't like quite stepped into the room. I did imagine the door opened out. I guess I don't know which way it opens, but
You would see the half-elf girl sort of like look over to the other 2. They all sort of like share a grin. Oh, you don't have any friends, and so you're in here looking for some friends to hang out with? No, why don't you stand out in the hallway like a good little weirdo and leave us in here?
is it my helmet? Is that what makes me look weird? Because everyone keeps telling me to like take it off, but I think it looks really cool, and it was like an heirloom from like my great 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 uncle. Great. Did I do 8 grades or 9 grades? It's supposed to be 9.
You would see this human male, maybe 3rd or 4th year, a little bit of scruff, and sort of like slam his hands down to sort of interrupt your talking. Hey, you heard her, nerd. Why don't you stand out in the hallway and keep it to yourself, okay? We're not interested in your weird helmet, armor, whatever the hells you have to talk about, okay? We're doing actual important things, Lavender Night stuff.
Oh damn, man! I'm sorry. It's really cool, and it's been in the family for like a while. Like it looks in great condition, right? But no. But anyway, I was just wondering, like, how is it like if I wanted to join? He makes like a very poor, impressive pose. Like it's just like a little too stiff. And he's just gonna keep like attempting to distract him this way. I don't know what you guys are up to, so like,
note of
as long as you're in
that,
here, he's gonna try to have an
looks
excuse to keep his
worth,
door open.
like anything about the unification ceremony, just anything like that. Any like flyers or papers or anything like that.
Looking around, I mean, they would have what you would assume to be
Nerds.
maybe school books in front of them. You wouldn't think they're actually doing anything besides school shit, assumingly.
Which is the fucking nerds now.
Yeah, I never thought I'd hear the day someone calling Brett a nerd.
Marius, with your detect magic still lingering on, you got a little bit of time left on it. All of them would have chaos magic sort of seeded into their auras. And this being sort of the closest you've gotten to some Lavender Knights, you can pick up on what essentially Quint was getting at, where each of them would have this sort of glowing, almost, oval-esque looking shape under their sort of closed, sort of very purpley robes. And it would sort of be like under the clothing. The 20 perception, it looks like masks. If you had to take a ballpark guess, being this close with only clothing between you and sort of seeing them.
So they have like a mask hiding their true face?
That's a mask that seems to not be on their face. It's just on their chest, under their clothing at the moment.
good.
Sure.
Bet you we could take them. Only 3 of them. Get the rope. 3 ropes.
Hmm. Yeah, I'm with you, but there's also like 4 people not too far away. And also, I don't know if that big archivist thing
How do you
is,
think we can?
gonna be
So
fine
now
with
it sounds
that.
like a really good
And
idea.
also, they have like these
Like,
weird masks
I-
on their
the arson
chest.
ideas sounded top notch here.
Yeah, we'll think. We'll hold on to that one. I mean, unless we want to have Gale try and subtly dispel some
Fine. Let's do
magical chaos
here.
masks.
Get out of this awful
We're
place.
done here.
Conversation's probably happening, Brett, and with your sea invisibility, you see both of them head out. Probably heard the conversation. Amidst them scalding you and calling you names, trying to get you to leave them alone. Basically, you would see your friends sort of make their way through the door.
You can throw grease at them and I'll create bonfire. Technically not an attacker spell.
Open the flask of oil and dump it all over the room.
They keep going like, get out of here, and he's like, yeah. It's just like, I don't think you understand my point, because if you have gloves on when you handle the artifacts, then they last a lot longer. And my grandpa always said, no wait, my great grandpa always said,
It's probably at that point where they're starting to like stand
I'll
up. And
see
you're like,
you
okay.
tomorrow.
okay, all right, guys,
All right,
relax.
I'll see
Okay,
you tomorrow.
okay, good talk.
Love you, bye.
Bye.
Brett shutting the door, probably still hearing them like chattering on as you like begin stepping
How
away.
much time do we got left on this?
Anything else from you guys as you're up in this Dean's wing? You guys trying to do anything else or making your way out?
Got 30 minutes. Break into the records.
I'm guessing it's probably been like 30 minutes at least at this
Yeah,
point.
that's fair. That's fair. 30 minutes. Me.
To the left.
Where's the records again? Oh, with the professor's offices? Do you guys know any Lorehold professor names? Because if someone
Beldenmeyer?
asks me like why I'm here, I'm not gonna know who to tell them.
Can I roll a history?
Who's Eldemir from? I don't think he's Lord. Eldemeyer?
Coach Warren?
It's Witherbloom.
Fuck.
Yeah.
Who's the teacher that Gale kissed?
He was, I'm pretty sure he was
Roll history to
Quandrix.
see if I knew any Lorehold
You kissed a
professor names.
mathematician? Disgusting.
Yeah, I know, right?
A 6.
Give me a history check.
Yeah, no, sorry guys.
I don't think.
No, never really stuck with you. Unfortunately, Lorehold were some of your least favorite classes.
Did Brett ever get yelled at by a Lorehold professor while running around on their campus?
No, probably not. I don't imagine
Ah.
Brett being unpolite for the process.
No.
Doesn't seem like Brett.
Damn you, hot man.
He's just like Spider-Man bounding from rooftop to rooftop.
You guys heading into the other side? There would be records in both rooms. They both have records on them, but
He was
the other one has
wonderful.
the added, Lavender Nights meet.
Correct, Maddie?
Was Coach Gorn lower hold?
Oh. It's just Coach Gorn.
I don't think Coach Gorn had a college.
Oh.
'Cause he was a fairly new teacher. It's like a first year kind of guy.
I mean, it's group
Oh, it's fine. I'll
consensus
figure
at
it
this
out.
point. This place fucking is
We
awful.
want to go in.
But I mean, we're already
can
here.
take a
We're
peek.
already invisible. I don't know if we want to keep running the risk of possibly getting caught, or if we want to keep trying to find as much information as we can.
Well, it's like this
there
and then
any
go.
reason
So do we
would
want to
need
go
come
without
back
this? Because
here,
like, are we
Marius?
planning on coming back?
Yep.
Because otherwise,
We're
this is our
back.
only
That you guys can
opportunity.
think of?
The only thing I could think of is trying to
Well,
fuck
and it
with
also
that
sounds like they
brew
don't
she
really
was
get to
making,
leave
but I
here
doubt
very
they're just
often
gonna leave it
either,
here.
So I don't know
Once they're done, they're probably gonna have it all
how
on their
well
persons.
that would go over.
Yeah.
Dun, 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 dun. Anybody name?
Kellen, give me an investigation
name.
check.
Rhymes with Darius gonna give me any guidance or anything? Talking all that guy.
No. I'll pay you in the back. Good kill.
If Gobbed allows.
If it doesn't break my. As long as no one's around, because I imagine you'd still kind of just see this random little burst of light.
Yeah,
You guys probably had the awkward of trying to find each other for the touch spell, but then it all works out. You guys get each
You
And
should
it's
have
funny
Del-
because I can
Delma
see
looking
all
for
of you.
glasses.
Yeah.
Brett, which way?
Brett, that's a wall.
My left,
Go
Kellen's
left.
right.
Other left.
No, Kellen, I'm telling you go left, and Marius, you say stop moving, Marius. No, okay. Oh my god.
My left.
But with a 26 investigation, Kellen.
Try hard.
Or maybe sitting there like sort of thinking or pondering. And if they do have to stay there at all times, the only time you could think that they would leave would be loosely around midnight, 1 o'clock-ish or so. Whenever Ziglag showed up at the Biblioplex,
guys.
because he did mention
So
that
they
there
do
were
have to.
9
they do
sort of
leave,
larger figures
but it's
all
pretty late
around
at night.
the
It's
snarl.
probably got to be around like midnight or so. I mean, that's when we sent Ziglag out there. He said he kind of like saw them all doing this. So there's 4 out of the 9. Who do you think the other 5 are? Well, so Professor Tidemall. Yeah, one's Elle's mom, and then one has to be
Tide
one
Mall,
is Elle's
Yuri.
what's her face? Tollus. Dean Tollus. You think the last
So
2
that's
are?
6. We're still missing 3.
Yeah, but she's probably like one of the
So 2
little
more.
peoples they were referring to.
Wouldn't be
Black.
surprised if L's a part of it.
It's referring to because he said that there were younglings there. And by younglings, I think that he meant people our age.
There's probably Quinn and
And Quint's evil brother, eviler brother.
True.
That hippie dude that lost his animal that we had to find.
Oh yeah.
Are we going in there? Or are we going?
Maru?
Mayru.
Mayru.
Maybe
Okay,
There he
do we
is.
want to check out this room beside us? Or are we taking off?
Oh, I thought we were already in there.
you guys
Gale-
are like outside the door.
I thought that was
Yeah.
like the investigation. My bad.
Gale wants to leave, but group consensus. She will keep watch if you guys want to go in.
I mean, honestly, I don't know what else we could find now. Watch there be something in there. I don't know. I mean, we're already invisible. We're already here. We just pop our head in real quick.
Yeah, let's just see what the situation is.
15 minutes max. We have to get out of here soon.
We'll be quick.
Brett
Move
pokes his
that
head in the
bus.
door. He like props it open with like an arm out, like poking his head in curiously.
Mhm.
Not trying to be like, oh, I'm trying to hide. Just very open.
Fair. What's your bonus to stealth? Like, what would your passive stealth be? Like, what's the little
Brett?
modifier? Yeah.
His stealth has a 5 next to it. Is that the modifier you're looking for?
Yeah, so it'd be 10 plus 5. So 15 would be your sort of passive stealth, just you not trying. And just,
Okay.
quietly opening up the door and just poking your head in. You would see there would be a halfling figure sort of milling about some of the stacks. And it would just be sort of off to that side. Another one of these large cogwork archivists. But they would be the only 2 figures in this room that looks identical to that other one. Many shelves, scrolls, tomes, all manner of papers.
Let me see if you guys like walk in or not. That'll change whether I attempt to engage or just close the door.
I mean, isn't it just like cracked a little bit right now?
Oh, sure, yeah.
I didn't know. That's what I thought.
Yeah, I mean we can go with that. He'll just peer around and then he'll turn back to you guys,
Okay,
like
maybe
closing
we should
it.
just go.
He'll say like,
I don't want to press
"There's
it any
someone in there."
much more.
It's over the stone, but he's whispering anyway.
Fair.
It's fair.
D8.
All right, let's just head out.
All right. Any objections? Everyone good to head out?
No, I think we're good.
All right. Let's make your way down the hallway through those heavy stone doors, heading back down the stairs. Again, Brett being the only visible one at this current time. Again, a few head turns as you maybe descend, but nothing too inquiring. No lingering glances. Non-suspecting student heading up, coming back down a couple minutes later. Stepping outside into the open space that is Lorehold. All of your friends in tow after wandering around some of the other buildings and structures. Aelity would probably drift into a very loose, staggered, almost separated formation you guys are all in.
Hmm.
Aelity is probably just like over the stone. Okay, that was terrifying. I hated having to hear all of that, not being able to see any of that. So, what the hells? There were just people in
What do you mean,
her
pain?
office just hanging out?
It was freaking Agus and other people I don't recognize, but they're obviously in on all this.
Yeah, we think we know who a few of the other ones are, but we're stumped on who all 9
I
of
think they're
them
members
are.
of that upper circle, the 9, the ring, whatever it's called.
True.
We may not have met or known all of them.
I mean, I don't exactly know what they were making, but from the looks of it, Had to have been something to
Well, they said they were
boost
fed
their
up with
magical
having to
ability.
do that, so maybe it's the
It's very
thing that's
purple, so
keeping
it's
them
gotta be
tied
something to
the
like
chaos
make
weave,
them their tie stronger with the
not
chaos
just
weave,
boosting it.
right?
I don't know.
It's a theory. If that's
Maybe once Exodus is back, they'll have a they won't need to do that sort of thing.
Well, maybe Liliana can make sense of what you guys saw.
Yeah, maybe we just go back for today.
Yeah, maybe no more
I'm not sure what else to do. Oh wait, we could like message her, get the info across. She's got a stone, right?
I believe you guys did give her one of the stones.
Read.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, she.
Have you been listening in? Hello, Captain Professor.
I imagine with these ones, is you could sort of like pick and choose like who hears it, and if you guys
Mhm.
wanted to be like open broadcast, you could have done that, or could have just been between you five. I'll leave it up to y'all.
Ayla does have a point. That would be really stressful to have to listen into that and not even be on campus.
Especially since we've been using it to talk like all day. So she's just been hearing us talk all day.
Yeah, no,
So
that
I think it makes more sense that even if we had started that way, she would have closed it or something. Like,
Yeah.
Fair.
yeah, let's try and get her attention before we head out. See what she has to say. So let's, I guess, find a place to eat, I guess. She does like air quotes.
It's starting to get awfully close to when Quint will be done with his class. If you wanted to like have that be your lunch spot, you guys are heading towards.
yeah, like I think Brett and Quint would have set up that, Quint could either just grab something for himself really quick, or he could grab something for the two of them. But if it's to feed everyone, then like maybe there's a place they can go, like a busy tavern where it wouldn't be weird to see an eclectic group.
That's fair. I mean, if you guys wanted to meet up somewhere, that's an option. And like you said, if you wanted him to like bring food to like the cave, it's an option. Whatever you guys were sort of vibing on.
If we want to meet with Captain Professor
Rest
Man,
of
then
us-
maybe
the
like
rest of
I
us
could
just
go meet with Quint and
meet
help
up
him
with
like bring
Captain
food back.
Professor Lady. Oh, cool.
You tell me.
That sounds like a good plan. We'll go relay all the information.
Yeah, and I'll pick up Quint and bring lunch.
Fair. Splitting. Guys relay all the info. You guys sort of head out. If you guys are all just planning to meet back up to the cave, the bulk of you heading over to the cave. Start with you guys. It's a fairly straightforward travel. It's getting back to where you guys sort of bed down. It's pretty close to midday at this point. It's basically almost noon, assuming Brett's probably at the central campus by now. As you guys get back to the cave, probably come in, find Vors and Liliana. She was probably trying to help teach him some spells, but he was just having a hard time with it. Sitting down, catching her up to speed. Liliana would be just like floored. Okay, well, this is a lot of information to take in. So they're performing rituals. We are assuming it sounded at least nightly in routine, using these brews and items and potions to empower themselves and increase their fortitude. Okay.
On one of them,
And then you just saw 4 of them all
yeah, like an
meandering about
illusionary,
in Tullis's office.
illusory
This
bookcase type
is a lot.
thing that was all
This-
alarmed.
Well, I mean, it was like a
Well-
secret room behind her office.
It was definitely Agus Colazo. Like, I remember that guy. He was definitely there. And some person named Kane? And
Yeah,
Red.
Goliath named Cain.
I
And then
cannot
a tiefling and a
remember.
halfling lady. Red skin
sounds-
tiefling, just for appearance's sake.
Oh, no. That's correct. I
Was,
can't.
was what, like Lady Delazo? Or no? That's too close to Colazo.
It was Lady Dakin.
Lady Dakin. I knew it was a D.
With sort of filling in Liliana on all the details. Okay, well, the only name that rings a bell to me is, of course, Colazo, seeing Agus there. Okay, we assumed he was a part of this upper ring. It is solidified. But
Yeah, now
Lady-
he's here on campus.
but Lady Dakin, from what I know of House Dakin in Grumlet, somewhere where we stopped previously on our voyage, and she is a noteworthy socialite, if you will, in Grumlet. Her and the dwarven families and houses being fairly well respected throughout the lands. To have Lady Carlin Dakin there would be wild. Whew. That is her indeed, then that's quite the guise she's been able
Well,
to
I
put
mean,
on
Dean-
for all these years.
And Dean Tullis is definitely a part of it.
Uh,
Like, we got
I mean, if she's a socialite, that doesn't really surprise me.
confirmation on that for
Gale
sure.
kind of says.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, yeah, we'd kind of suspected that, but they
And of
all were
course she
waiting for her specifically, so.
Okay, she sounds like a bit of a shot caller amongst the upper ring. That is good
Well,
information.
and then of course you have.
Although it does
you
seem
have
like
Yuri
Agus is trying to
Arneza
kind of
and-
play
and,
for that role too.
Mr. Tidefall.
Throwing that out there
Took
might
over
be
your
something we can
spot.
try and use. Mm-hmm.
Right. So that leaves a few names unaccounted for, as well as the identity of this tiefling woman. Hmm. Well, I'm not quite sure what to take of all of this information, but it sounds like if we're hoping to do anything, we have a few strategical moments. Hopefully, if they do vacate that office around midnight or so, we could make our way in there. If they all are in attendance at midnight at the Biblioplex, I suppose you can make your way there. Or
And I
we
break
try
it.
to do something
Can I
the
break
morning
it,
of
everybody?
the actual ceremony.
Doesn't sound like the worst idea to. Unless they end up noticing the alarm that was dispelled and grow more cautious.
Marius, you are being awfully more stoic than usual.
I guess I'm not really sure how to approach this one. I I don't know how much the school would
You
be in
don't
support of
think
them.
you
if we
know
did
how the
something
school would react to us
more out in
attacking
the
the
open.
dean of the school? Us being wanted fugitives?
I don't know. Well, I mean, we figured out what was going on. You can't tell me everyone here is oblivious to this sort of power
They
grab. I'm not
are
saying
fucking
we would have a lot.
gigantic
Plus, you'd have
douchebags.
some indifferent. Plus, I mean, you were there. I was purple cloaked. People suck. Douchebags. So, I just mean, like, they may not have all the popular support, but also it's kind of like that's the prime time to interrupt it. I mean, I can check in with Veldemire and see if he picked up anything
can always-
additional.
I send Ziglag back in here.
Otherwise, we
wouldn't
may
be-
have to come up with a
Keep an
plan
eye
to
on some stuff.
stop this.
I mean,
Regardless.
Veldemeyer seemed. He just sent Ziglag back. Veldemeyer was somewhat receptive when you reached out previously, right?
Yeah.
Although I don't think he necessarily knew anything at the time.
Well,
You
he was
haven't-
gonna keep an eye out, and I was trying to give it some time. So,
Yeah, you haven't reached back out, right?
Ah,
Wouldn't be the worst thing to check in with them
he's a
before midnight.
before we go with Kellen's plan and burn everything down.
big fan. He whispers to me in my sleep.
Sounds like a Ziglag plan.
Burn it all to the ground.
Lord Master Kellen, burn it.
Burn everything, Lord Master Kellen. Yes.
All right. I'll try. We're back at the caves, right?
Yeah. You
This
guys are
isn't
back in the
like
cave,
some
so you can
stone conversation.
yeah, so you can talk freely, sort of lounge about, take off disguises for a moment if need be.
Ugh, this makeup was
You
getting
try to-
itchy as fuck.
All right. Well, I'm
Try
gonna
to
borrow
reach
somebody's
Marl again?
help with this one if we want to circle out.
Oh no,
something
Veldemeyer,
like
that's
this.
right.
Had a big day with planes calling today, and
Yeah, Gail will help out with that.
I'll reach out to see if there's anything new.
Give me an Arcana or a Religion check for you, Marius, as you get a little bit of an empowering circle. A few of your allies coming over to join you, including probably Liliana, Vors as well. See if a full circle.
23.
23.
Answer your.
Especially with advantage, so you could roll it one more time
Oh.
just for funsies, see if you get a 20. I forgot to say advantage. When you have the circle, you get bonuses.
I didn't know if it's just like a lower DC. An 18 and a 23.
23. It would be an easy reach out. You're not sure if it's because of proximity, you're so much closer. You're not sure if it's because you've reached out a couple of times already. You're not sure if maybe all the planes calling you've been doing is sort of working out that muscle, like Liliana has mentioned. But you were able to pick up that connection with Veldenmeyer. And at least for this conversation, you do not have a word count for your messages.
Hey, let's go.
Professor Veldemeyer, it's Marius is now in good time.
Yes, Marius, this is a fine time. I was hoping you would reach out. I am slowly becoming more and more convinced that something is happening here. I can keep speaking. Sorry. I've
New for me
begun investigating the claims of this chaos magic and the auric, and There is something afoot. I am unsure of what to make of it, but something is happening.
Sorry to get that's bedtime. Is anybody else seem to share your concern at all?
I don't frequent with many teachers, but Professor Lang and I do have a fairly working relationship. Our backgrounds being fairly suited for that. She has picked up uneasy tremors. Being a dryad, she of course has her own interesting ways of putting it, but a disturbance, an uneasiness in the air. She assumes that it is from all the recent deaths and the unpleasantries. I don't think she's picked up on the greater evils that could be at play here.
Well, I think they're gonna use that ceremony
It's the Snar.
to potentially create a gnarl. And maybe bring, I don't know if I want to tell him. Is it Exus Nar?
That's his name, yeah.
Exus. I'll name drop. And I
Sayet,
think they're
Sayet.
trying to bring Exus Nar back. We might need all the help we can get.
Give me a persuasion check with advantage. DC is a 14. He's already pretty convinced. Can you convince him to at least join your side?
18.
We'll drop a 10 and we will pick up the 18.
Thank
There'd
goodness.
be a very brief delay. I can do what I can. Honestly, I scheduled a last-minute meeting with my advanced Arcano botany students in 2 separate classes for that one morning, all in an effort to try to keep them from attending this unification ceremony. I'm not sure how you wish me to help, but I will do whatever I can. I'm not sure what allies we may have here, but I got your back. Whatever I can do to help. My number one priority is sparing lives, saving students, saving the innocent.
It's all probably the best thing. Smart, keep the students there. If you could just maybe, I mean, if you're absolutely sure, just reach out to 1 or 2 other professors to try and keep their students back. And if we need something specific, I'll message you tomorrow. But I think for now we're still trying to put all the pieces together.
Right.
What exactly they're planning.
I can
Or how to stop it.
I can do my best to speak with Lang. Are there any other professors of note you've reached out to? I honestly wish I wish Onyx were here. I think she'd be fairly helpful.
Well, she's kind of here. If that makes you feel any better.
I guess, like you said, as many allies as we can get.
But maybe keep that one on the down low.
Right.
Well, what time of day is it? Is it still early morning? It's like afternoonish.
It's like, well, at this point, it's probably around like 12:20, in like real time. Brett's probably like just about to meet up with Quint to like get some food at like Bo's Inn Tavern and like bring it to y'all.
Okay. Then I would tell him I'll check in with him that night. there's still a lot of daytime left.
Excellent. I will do my best to speak with Lang before then, but no guarantees. She's
Yeah,
a little squirrely on her off day.
no worries. But yeah, I'll follow up regardless.
And you would feel that connection sort of slip, easily letting go.
So it's not tomorrow. Is it tomorrow?
No,
Is that right?
tomorrow.
It's the next
Tomorrow's
day,
your
right?
last 24 hours.
4
It's
hours.
The next
Okay, cool.
morning.
Then I had
Yeah.
the day. I was with it.
You're with it.
Okay, so yeah, we have some time. Whew.
So we have a day. A day and a half.
Wow,
Some
where'd you get that
time.
from?
Look at all the shit we caused and found out.
Oh, that's what you found? That's awesome.
And we got this cool mace. Pulls out mace of smiting. It was just
Brett,
in the
can you
office.
use
Remember when I
maces?
was like, hey, I think there's something magic under that desk? Yeah, I can't really use maces, nor do I use maces. So if somebody wants this,
You're asking us over the sending stone?
Yeah, Brett's not with us right now.
Pretty sweet mace.
now it is.
I don't know if you can. Let me see. Is it? Oh, okay, yeah.
It's a simple weapon.
Yeah, he's proficient in all weapons. All weapons. Not ranged, but I guess he is technically. Whatever. Yeah, I mean I can hit stuff.
Well, there's a mace here if you want to look at it when you get back.
Nerd.
Okay, sounds good.
Nerd.
He's probably sounds distracted, you know, he's like walking around and stuff. Trying to look like a nerd. Fully armored nerd.
I'm LARPing.
Any other discussions for group inside cave?
So as we could use this mace to just beat the shit out of those constructs.
I assume Marius would have relayed everything.
Oh, yeah,
from
yeah.
Veldemire, right?
I would have just been, yeah. I forgot that wasn't like over the sending stone kind of stuff.
Yeah.
We'd relay all the information once it's cut. And be like, you know, we have some time. We'll probably need to try and maybe see what we can find out tonight.
I guess it's good to hear that Lang should hopefully be trustworthy.
If Phineas is here, he'd lose his mind.
Yeah, I know.
A distant scream is heard from a raven.
So are we like doing midnight break-in or what? What's the plan there? Midnight break-in. I am so excited. It's just like we've been on campus for
Sounds like we
almost a
might be
day,
doing
Might
midnight
have
and it
to.
break-in.
feels just like we never left. Yeah.
So you have
Definitely
anxiety,
feels
right?
like
You
we
felt
never
this
fully
anxious
left.
all the
Maybe it
time
was-
before.
We were always trying to break into. Oh wait, no, that was
Yeah, I was
just
like,
me.
this does not
you
feel the
guys
same
are in
as
on
when we
it.
left. The-
Kellen's like, I'm growing as a person. All right, so sounds like we're planning for a midnight break-in back into the office, and we'll sort of cut to maybe back to the central campus. Maybe we'll just say it is Bo's Inn Tavern, just sort of like a classic place you guys used to eat at all the time. Maybe each of you maybe have some dishes that you wanted in particular, or maybe just some customary traditions you guys used to have. Brett, you would get there first. You're probably hanging around for a good 15, 20-ish minutes here at the central campus. And it probably would take you a minute because you're looking around and not really seeing him, and sort of turned back, like just almost like he came from nowhere. He's just almost like standing there, almost like looking very inquisitively, as if like he recognizes someone, but he's unsure if it's someone he knows or just a familiar face. Thinking that your disguise is actually doing really, really good. It's like making him sort of like double take, like, is this my boyfriend or stranger? And as you turn and look and you see the confused look on his face, Quint would look almost the same as you last remembered seeing him, though his hair would be a much duller maroon versus the very bright red, almost pompadour that he had. His eyes that were once like crystal blue, they're a little more dulled. Not quite paled, but almost just like they're turned down, like the shading. His skin would be fairly pale, cheeks slightly gaunt, and his neck looks just a little bit skinnier than you remember. His frame just looks slightly meeker, as if he's just lost some weight, basically. He would be standing there almost like looking curiously at you, and maybe takes you that like double take to like take in these minor changes to his physical form, as well as probably just like, oh yeah, right, he probably isn't quite sure if it's me or not.
Red will raise his like oh fuck, I had the word razor? What the fuck? Visor.
Visor.
Oh my god. There we go. His visor. And give Quint a wink.
And Quint would probably try to like do everything he could to like not make a scene. He would like take a couple of quick steps over and like offer like a handshake at first, and you could see his hand is trembling a little bit. I didn't think I'd see you here, old friend. And he just brings you into like a big bear hug as he's trying to be discreet.
Yeah, Brett does like a, like dap it up handshake, pull into bro hug, turn into broship hug.
A very just like resting hug for both of you. You can almost feel him exhale as you're just like exhaling this just tension, this missing gap finally filled. Both of you probably sit in the hug. You probably hear him say, "Oh, you look so fucking hot with a beard."
You look so fucking hot right in front of me when I can touch you.
Oh God. Okay. We gotta get some food. And he like probably breaks the hug. You probably would see him like wipe away a very faint tear or two. Okay. Phew. All right, old friend. It's do you want to get some food with me?
Yes. In the nicest way possible. Yes. There's like some steam coming out of the visor from like his little happy tears like steaming up.
We would get to see the two of you head into Bosun Tavern, head over to the bar top, probably exchanging looks the whole time, like a parting sentence or two under your breath, just to have like those like side conversations besides the very like outward, almost normal friendship talk you're trying to have in the midst of actually just getting to see each other again.
I mean, we can still talk on the sending stones, right? So.
Hey, that is fair. You guys could just sort of, sit there and pass back some messages back and forth. At one point, you probably have like Quint in your head. Oh, I really hate talking through these fucking things with you being right here. If I'm being honest, this kind of sucks. Is this what you guys have been doing? This is a nightmare.
Oh yeah, I mean, you should hear what it's like when you could hear like 5 other people at the same time.
Well, and you would see that he probably like turns to look away. I'm sorry, I have to keep reminding myself not to just stare at you when talking like this. So it's the learning curve.
Just save the dirty talk for this ending.
Yeah, I know. I'm like, I feel like that's a lot of what this conversation is gonna be, just because like
hmm
we can't get into any serious talk like when we're waiting on our food like this, so we might as well just like I don't know, like I'm just, and then it devolve into the talk, so
hmm
we don't have
hmm
to.
Thank you.
But I don't know, especially because
No,
like,
no, I want it. I want it.
I appreciate
I'll
you
have to
letting me
write
off the
some
hook.
fanfic.
Felt so obliged for a moment there, Bryce. I was like, I guess this
Oh my
is where
god.
we're going.
Well, you
No,
guys have heard the term lemons, right? I'll write some lemons of the characters, so
Fair. And we get to
whether
watch the
I
two
share
of you.
them with anyone.
You guys probably using the stones while you're in there getting food as you order, a good bit of food between the two of you. Both of you making your way from the central campus over to the Lorehold campus, and you would have some moments where it is just the two of you, so you could just talk freely. So there would be a few of those cute little moments we would have. That's sort of persisting on for 30, 45-ish minutes. Kind of collective time as it takes you to get across the bridge. Another 30, 45 minutes to maybe like go all the way up that mountain face. And you guys would sort of get to the cave finally. As you get closer and closer, you can probably hear like a little bit of chattering coming from the cave, a little bit of back and forth happening. As the two of you would sort of walk in, the conversation would sort of immediately be stopped. All of you, Marius, Gale, Kellen, Vors, Liliana, just looking over, seeing Brett probably just beaming. And you'd see like Quint, much as I described, he'd have some differences to him, but in all intents and purposes, that same slightly annoying kid.
Ah.
Absolutely adorable face.
Please, babe. He's like handing the bags off to Brett.
Yeah.
And Quint would go and he'd give everyone just like the biggest hugs. And as he like hugs you, he'd probably just be like, "Thanks for keeping Brett safe." And gets to the next person, big hug. "Oh, thanks for keeping Brett out of trouble. I appreciate it."
Different.
Do that for each of you.
Yeah, I'm just glad you're doing okay.
Yeah, did Brett not tell you that? Sorry, ever since I woke back up, I sort of am different in some ways.
I mean, yeah, it's you kind of carry yourself a little different now.
You look good. You look good, buddy.
I don't know how to explain it.
Oh, well, kind of a compliment, I guess. I mean, speaking of looking good,
okay.
I mean, Marius, I don't know what happened to you, buddy, but you had a glow up, my friend. You look immaculate.
And skincare routines.
Yeah, I switched Warlock Pact, and it. I guess a change in climate, and yeah, it turns out just going from like a horrible, evil demon to like, the infallible salute. It's been pretty great. If you have some time, I'd love to talk to you about her and just get your thoughts.
Blood Saloon? Yeah, sure. That sounds awesome. I'd love that. Here.
Perfect.
Oh, wait. Babe, come over here with the food. It's probably super fucking cold at this point. Well, I guess, actually, babe, you should probably just hold on to them for like maybe a minute or two longer. Just like reheat them.
Okay, here. He like shifts it all to be held in like a hug.
And our scene would sort of pan back. getting to watch Brett heat up the food, hand it all out, as all of you begin to dive into your various dishes. It's kind of a strange moment. You're all essentially enjoying a meal that you guys all used to enjoy together, much like this. A little different environment, but you guys are all doing it together. That's pretty cool.
Oh my god.
The day sort of fades on, night getting a little
Guys.
bit closer. I think that's where we'll end our session for today.
And we're doing another. We're doing another midnight.
Holy shit,
heist.
you guys broke into the office. I did not think that's where we were going.
But
I
you had a
didn't
map
either, to be
ready.
honest.
I can't believe we saw part of
Surprisingly.
the upper circle.
The last one didn't go so well.
Well, the office break-in worked out surprisingly well, so
Right?
I think it's a good omen.
Mhm.
Snarl, not so much.
Well, we got away without being seen.
Oh no, yeah. Just as far as like attempts to fix it, I think it's a lost cause at this point.
Would have been nice to put more heels in it, but I think it's stopgate. So where are we breaking in again tonight? The office? Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna go back.
Back to
Second
the room.
break in.
Office?
Hope they didn't notice
Oh.
that we unalarmed the door.
It might not.
We go back and it's like a level 6 alarm now.
I thought the
That gives
9
you no
met at
idea.
the Gnarl. Right? Isn't
Uh,
that who we were trying to
that's where
find?
they're going at night. That's when you guys are assuming one of the few times that like all of them leave.
So we're not breaking into that.
Either or. I mean, you guys could go to the office. You guys could try to go to the biblioplex, to the Hall of Oracles during the night. You guys.
No,
Kinda
I mean,
just-
it would be nice to know what they're doing, but
Yeah, I'm just
Are we
worried
trying
that
to
not
destroy
only
the
are
potion?
the 9 gonna be there at that time, but also with what happened earlier, they're probably gonna have higher security.
they might not.
So I'm just
You don't got to be a pessimist.
as a player.
But also
I think
the
that
other
when
fact,
they do
the
their little
9 are
ritual
gonna
and their
be there.
ceremony,
Right,
and
I mean,
they
that's...
meet up with Exisnar in their
Yeah.
weird
That's the
interdimensional
bigger
plane.
concern, honestly.
He will let them know that Marius was there.
That's why
Yeah,
that's a good point.
Yeah, you're right.
I
That's
have
true.
But-
yeah.
Well, he did also say like that he hadn't really talked to anyone. Like when he spoke with Marius, it made it seem to me like that was his first conversation with anyone in a while. So I'm not sure if they're actually managing to talk to Exisnar.
Mhm.
I don't know.
There could be other Mariuses.
Yeah, other Mariuses that talked to the big bad. Mhm.
Well,
There you go. I'm pessimistic again.
So which one are we trying to go for? Because that's basically part of what I'll be
What
prepping
party?
for our IRL game.
Both. Split
Yeah,
the party.
you guys can try to do both of them.
I mean, we could.
You could try to do both of them.
We'll go to the
Yeah.
picnic
You could split the
uh,
party. That's an
East.
idea.
and then go break into the office. We could also set fire to the whole building while they're in there.
Okay, so that's the real plan. Me and Aelity, after she does her short rest stuff, will go
Oh,
back
man.
into the
I don't know.
Lorehold place and find out all the information that we can after all the people are in there or out of there, and then just set everything on fire. And
Mm-hmm. Well, what's kind of nice is like if you guys are waiting till like nightfall, just because of timing, it's like maybe almost 2 o'clock by the time like Quint and Brett show back up, like maybe like 1:30 at the earliest. A long
Ooh.
rest is 8 hours,
Well, and
so
there
you
you
guys
go.
could
There you go.
essentially rest
yeah,
until
so
10
then
o'clock,
Aelity and
where you should
I
have
sneak into
enough time
Aelity
to
and
at
Kellen
least
sneak
get
into the
to
lore
the
hold
central
stuff
campus by
again,
midnight
and
easy.
grab what we can, find out what we can, and then
That's a
set
good plan.
everything on fire. And then you guys follow the other three. You guys follow and go to the Hall of Oracles, watch what they're doing, and then after this will be the signal, because after everything goes down and they hear the Lorehold stuff is on fire, they'll go running towards that and be like, "What's going on?" Causing a distraction already. Ha ha ha. Person. Get a jump on the 9 and murder ball their faces in. And save Strixhaven forever. Woo!
And then we'll use that distraction to.
Oh, there it is.
I love this plan. It got better towards the end, in my opinion.
Well, we could stay behind and attempt to heal the snarl some more, but it's assuming they leave it unguarded or whatever.
I don't know.
And we need to come up with a plan. I feel like we still don't have a plan on what we're gonna do about the unification, whatever. I guess are we still in information hunting mode? Because if that's the case, I kind of do think that we should split up and try to get
Just don't have any
information.
information though.
Because if we still don't have a plan, I feel like we just keep getting more bad news. And no good ideas.
My hopes. Yeah, my hopes, if we do decide to break back into Tullis's office, is that we can have a better idea of what the ceremony is, and a way to try and sabotage it in the next day before it all goes down.
Mm-hmm.
It did sound like they had 2 more nights of doing this, so you would assume there is also going to be a ritual tomorrow night as well. Then that next morning is the unification ceremony.
Hopefully, if they need that whatever brew she was making, hopefully maybe there's a specific ingredient
Yes.
that's really hard to come by, and we can just swipe that.
I mean, do we want to set their room on fire? Is that something we want to do tonight? Because I don't absolutely hate that idea. I'm not gonna lie.
The immediate yes.
Kellen's been on board with that before you guys even got to campus.
It's
He wanted to
true,
set it all on fire.
But also it's
You
Lorehold.
really,
Is it gonna burn easily?
No, we just need that room of their magic-y preparations to be fucked up.
Yeah.
I'm trying to bring down Lorehold. What side do you think we're on?
Kel's like, we're the bad guys
I've been
now.
trying to figure it out this whole time.
You're the 9th member of the
Oh my god.
Oh my
Mind
god, you're the
shattering.
traitor.
I would have gotten away with it too, if it wasn't for you meddling kids.
Yeah, I don't want to say anything.
This is what I've been saying this whole time, guys.
That kind of isn't the
Is
worst
the
idea, honestly, though, destroying their room. Because then also, where
I
are they
think that
gonna
they
hide
were
for the next
alerted.
day?
I think that they were alerted to something fishy going on the second that we fucked with
The biggest downside is that they're
With the
alerted
snarl.
to the fact that we found the room
Yeah.
and that people are acting against them. I mean,
when we
potentially,
fucked with
yeah.
the snarl.
We don't know. Yeah. Oh, that's when.
Hopefully they think it was just some weird flare or something, and
Yeah,
that
chaos
what they're
flare.
doing is working, right?
Sounds like a thing.
Maybe.
We'll see. I don't know. Let's just see. We don't know what level they are. Maybe level 10 is enough.
So is that what we've settled on then? 2 people will go to the room,
Fuck yeah.
search it for more useful things, and then torch it behind them. Meanwhile, everyone else is going to the ceremony to strictly observe.
Well, again, though, like fire and destruction and any sort of stuff like that may help
Yeah,
create
but
more
it's like
chaos.
controlled
Right.
burn, right? Like somebody will probably find it after it starts
Maybe
spreading to the
just
other room.
like intentional destruction and not like burn down the whole building.
Oh my god.
Nope.
And you did hear Aga say something about like shedding enough blood.
You need Moida.
Chaos is
Yeah.
probably a big part of it, but you guys could probably guesstimate that they may be onto a much more like brutal part of the process where not only do you need chaos, you need like
Sacrifices.
life lost. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there aren't that many people who stay in the dean's office or whatever in the middle of the night, right? So if you just pile everything together and then torch that.
I have a bad feeling about those masks. I think everyone who has one of those masks, no matter where they are, is just gonna go poof during this unification ceremony.
Oh, I can't wait to finally get to light something on fire.
I'm so curious with the mask. Spell magic. That'll spell it.
I have a feeling with the masks, it's like a way to help the chaos spread, but then also when the unification ceremony goes down, anyone holding a mask is going to be used up as energy to open whatever portal to get X to Snar back here.
Take away the masks, and it's just a bunch of like 60-year-olds. Be like, what up, dude? Fucking
Beating
net.
up on old people. That's the game I run. Fight them. The young versus the old. That's what it's been about for years.
It reminds me
I
of
know your
that
story
scene in that spy movie where he fights the whole church of people.
Oh my god.
Oh, Kingsman.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the second one.
So good, dude.
Okay. So if it goes smoothly
Okay, so if
and they
I'm
leave
taking
and we're
Aelody
just
with
left
me,
behind in the
will
hall with
will she be able
no
to
supervision,
use
like Brett's
invisibility
definitely gonna try to like
and,
heal up the snarl
what's
some
the other
more.
one? Dispel magic. She
What?
has that one, right?
So I guess
She was.
Let me see. I
The
don't
spell is in
know.
concentration,
Right.
right?
no.
And I thought she was the one who cast to remove the
Right.
collar. Was that
So
Yes.
just in
So
case,
Yeah,
like,
she's
there's
got the spell.
another
Dispel,
alarm
but just keep in mind she only has 2 spell
she might be
slots.
able to
So if she
do
gets
that.
you guys
Yeah.
invisible and has to
Cool. So,
dispel,
yeah.
that's all her spell
Aelody
slots.
can go with me then, and Gale can go with you guys to keep you invisible.
Hmm.
Mhm.
And then she couldn't do like detect magic either, because it
I
would break,
almost
it'd break concentration with invisibility. So unless you guys went in visible, and she like saved a spell slot for you guys.
You might want Gale.
I almost feel like if we are gonna spy on the Biblioplex, Aelody needs to be with that group because she just auto casts at what, level 5?
Invisibility, yeah, it's just at level 5, so it's like
Yeah, so she can make sure you guys have enough to get in and get out, but that's all she's really there for. But like whoever's going
Okay.
to
I'll take Gil.
Tolus's office, like there's potential for
Oh.
much more hazards
So
as far as
Kaylin
like
and
that
Gil.
is I feel. You know what I mean?
It's less straightforward.
Yeah. And I've got plenty of spell slots and things comparatively. As much as Gale doesn't really want to do either. She's got to help out somehow.
well, I guess like with that in mind, I mean, I don't know how it would go, but it's just like
Oh,
if
and
you
then we
want to
split
like
off.
optimize. I mean, so she can do invisibility at 5th level, so I think is that 5 targets she can make invisible. For an
she
hour?
could like
Do you
make
have
us
a-
all
do you have, like, a
invisible and
produce
then we
flame
split
or
off.
anything, Gil?
Yeah. And then that way Gale gets to keep all of her spell slots, and then you can subtly cast invisibility again if you guys get in
Sweet.
a pinch.
So when we dump this
Maybe,
oil all over
yeah.
the place and set this place on fire. I don't have any, like, what do you want me to do? I don't have anything to, like,
I've
set it on
got
fire
chromatic
with. You
orb.
just set it on
I
fire
can
with my
make that
mind.
fire. You're gonna turn
if I
Gale
remember
into the
correctly, those don't actually
arsonist. Oh
produce fire.
no! We have our enchanted torches. Do you still have that?
I have, like, actual torches, I think.
Yeah, I think they're like flashlights.
But, like,
Yeah,
that
Yeah.
it's like
looks
like a
great.
torch flashlight.
It's a British torch.
That works great,
A
though.
pocket torch, if you will.
I
Yeah,
never
the
hung out a
chromatic
fireball.
orb is the only spell I have that could make
chromatic orb
fire.
works, though, right? Set
So
shit on fire
funny.
with that.
Aelidy's like, I have
catch things on fire with
firebolt,
chromatic
not helping
orb,
the
right?
case.
I've got 3 of them bad boys.
I mean, yeah, you could do some damage.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, and if you have a flask with oil on shit, it will probably catch, yeah. Yeah, dump those out over some tables. Maybe
Can't
with the
wait
help
to
of a
use these.
torch, you can spread it between the tables, even the whole room, the chairs, and all the bits.
Oh god.
We're subtle here on Team Snarl. No one knows.
Don't forget, I mean, if we're just going to pick up at nightfall on this day, go ahead and do a long rest for yourselves. That way it's all topped out and fresh for when we play in person.
Oh man. Oh.
The only other thing is I recommend that download that Roll20 character app on your phones, as we will probably need to use those. I would imagine we'll probably have to use those. Super handy. You have to do your login bits. I think it will do perfectly for what we need. Also, don't forget to bring a set of dice. Bring dice. We need dice. I don't know if it rolls
Oh,
anything
dice.
for you in the app.
Yeah, I did download it earlier.
Okie dokie. Well, I should get going because I'm actually leaving first thing in the morning. I'm heading out a day early, so.
That's right. That's right. Don't forget your dice. Pack
You-
dice.
Yes, sir.
Your dice.
Very exciting.
I'm so excited.
Ah,
Should be good. Or it'll
Okay.
be horrible.
You keep saying that at the end. Man.
What?
Stop
Keep
it.
saying it.
You say what?
You don't gaslight me.
I don't gaslight you. You're sounding crazy right now.
Okay, yeah. The game. Oh my god.
Woo woo!
Good game.
Stressed.
No, it'll be so good, man. And then next Sunday we'll be in person, man. It'd be good, man.
And I can finally unveil my chaos magic patron.
Person. We have a
Would you
musical
like to
number
meet
planned.
my patron, Exisnar?
No,
Oh my god.
roll for initiative.
Okay, bye.
Oh my god.
Riku, why?
Told you I'd kill Quinn.
Okay, bye.
Oh my god. I'm leaving.
Brought him right to me.
Bye. Okay, thanks.
Bye.
Bye.
Later, skater.
50 trip. What's that?
Love the face.
See you for the 50-50 trip on Tuesday.
What
Get
happened?
this
Why
guy.
did that happen?
Oh, Craig, get out of here, young man.
Oh, that